find this so-called maze engine, to which you did, along with some other seemingly unexpected guests, in the form of a demon-like pig monster and 3 hooded unknown humanoids. Upon further inspection and capture by Krez, to turn out that they were all dragons. Namely, the dragons that you had met before, with some sort of shadowy taint along with that. Through some battle and experimentation with magic, you figured out a way to at least sever the connection of Shadow from Maleficent herself, and also in the process, the Maze Engine activated, banishing all extraplanar entities within 100 miles, which included everything in front of you and your friend Helena.
100 miles? That's epic.
Does that mean all the demons back on the...
You don't know that yet.
Good at that point. 100 miles. Damn.
You know, you don't even know how far that went. I'm being nice telling you this. And afterwards,
right?
Job done. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, after some convening, and experimentation, Helena eventually, quite easily, found her way out of the Shadowfell into a small countryside cottage owned by a human man, or a tiefling man. My notes are wrong. I don't know why. And a gnomish pregnant woman, a married couple, to which they welcomed in Helena with her open arms. After some scrying, you guys figured out where she was, and eventually met back up with her via Snags's plant magic. The Greens were more than welcome to accommodate you guys while you recuperated from your fight and decided what you were going to do next. After a couple days, that is where we're at. I'll say it's like morning 3 of your day at the Greens house. And Thummy is making you guys breakfast. There's not a lot of room in their place, so it's more impossible that you guys could have used the Magnificent Mansion or anything like that to stay, or you can try and find a place to sleep in their tiny house. It would be up to you.
Pretty sure he used the mansion.
That's what I thought.
Not 100%.
Did simulacrum and made a dragon. Yeah, I do all my spell crafting tucked away.
Mm-hmm.
So Mordenkainen's mansion lasts 24 hours, so I probably would have popped that early on and then started prepping everything to after Maleficent said that I could make a simulacrum of her. And then after everybody had visited and was ready for bed or whatever, I probably just like started doing it at bedtime when Maleficent was sleeping.
Speak of the devil, and she shall talk.
Probably...
What's that?
Meg responds.
Oh.
Nice.
So yeah, that's where we're at now. What book?
The what's it called? That we need skipping that and just going back because we.
Technically, that's the last item you guys need to get.
Wait a minute. You're talking about the book from my library?
No.
Nope.
The grimoire.
Okay. Okay, because I was going to say we already got that one.
Is that where we're going for now?
That's up to you guys. You guys can go speak to Vizerin if you want, or just try and find your way there.
Didn't we only need 6 of the 7 items?
The grimoire was more or less one of the things that had to be one of those 6. So essentially, you guys have overachieved at this point, but that's not bad.
I guess when the fate of the world is at stake, it's better to go all out than half-ass it. So I think we did good.
Drop off what we need to drop off with Vizerin? Because we're leaving
Yeah.
Maleficent here, right?
Yeah, that's what you guys had decided, is that she was going to live a normal life.
Away from the people. Whatever gain.
Correct.
Up to you, Snags. You taking us to Vizerin? Or do you got something else you want to do first?
Well, I think I've done everything that I needed to do. I don't mind getting away from the sun. It's nice for a small visit, but it still hurts my eyes a little. I'm ready to go to Vizerin and see what's going on. Not stoked about Menzo Branson, though.
In and out. No problems.
And he will say he did have one thought. Possibly if we stopped by the Fated Breach, you could all see his home, and he could see if any of them wanted to go to Menzoberranzan and exact some vengeance on their previous slavers. I know there's some extremists among the assassins there. They might be itching for a way to give us a solid distraction, if that makes sense.
Got a way to Vizerin, or you want to go to Vizerin first, then
Oh,
there,
yes,
and then
there's a teleportation circle, and I know many of the plants and mushrooms in the area. Easy enough to take
What do
us
you want
there.
to do first? You want to go grab some friends? You want to go to Vizerin first, then go grab friends, then go?
I haven't been home in a while. It would be nice to see Broomhilda. She is a sight to see. If you guys want to go and see it, it might
Why
not
not
be a
to?
bad idea to take some assassins.
I mean, well, the thought process is assassins him, then you're gonna assassinate.
They have their own spies, always watching Menzoberranzan, and they have their own paths. Given the information, we can let them deal with it how they would like.
Okay.
We may not even ever see them, but we most certainly will hear of their efforts on our behalf.
So you want to teleport or you want to
Save my larger spells. I'll do a teleportation circle for everybody and take us there. But he says before we go, he says, have no weapons out. You will be frisked, and I mean they are assassins. So just be aware. Don't make any overt movements towards them, and in short order we will be talking to them and out of there.
take my shit?
Everybody
Problem.
got it.
The teleportation circle is one of their most highly guarded locations. So just be forewarned. It's nothing personal. Too many
Ron, I
things down
figured
here can read thoughts and take on shapes. So precautions must be made.
so you can't scream out, "Hey, I know that guy."
If you fight back, it hurts. If you don't, it might tickle. What do you say, Nick?
That's it. Is that what you guys are doing? Is teleporting to the Fated Breach?
Yeah, is that cool?
Yeah, it's totally okay.
Okay, then everybody gathers around, and he let's go. Does it? Voop, voop, and you guys are there.
Yeah. Teleporting back into the Underdark is pretty much more or less the same. This place, however, gives you the motif for kind of feeling Krez mostly, because I feel like you're the only one that's been there in this group right now other than Helena. It gives you kind of a feeling of what you felt when you walked into Neverlight Grove.
Okay.
How the ceiling is completely rock, but there's this bioluminescent lichen that's glowing to make it almost look like a starry night sky. Only difference here is that there is like a brilliant flash of purple along with it to make it almost look like you're staring at a galaxy. It's very foliage infested, this place is. Lots of mushroom trees and other various mushrooms and flora growing here and there. It looks like the runes around this circle have been very carefully maintained to make sure that there would be no interference with it or having to redo it, just proper maintenance.
Hey guys.
And
Hello. I took us to the
Hey.
Faded Breach. We just appeared there, and he was just describing what it was like.
Awesome, thank you.
It's
Which,
never
yes.
it's rarely brighter than like candlelight because everybody down there is dark vision
Gotcha.
and they're all assassins. So
at this point, it is kind of like a cave room. There's some things that are kind of like on the wall and set out for display that look like great treasures. But other than that, there's nobody else around.
none that you see anyway. Trust me, they're there. And he does like hand gestures or says something in Goblin passphrase or whatever, and just kind of
And
walks forward with his hands up.
and as you say that, from Krez, at the wall, almost like a piece of parchment rips down from the wall, and 3 goblins hop out. From behind Helena, on the ceiling, a rock that kind of looked a little precarious and loose unfolds itself to be a goblin painted like a rock. There are 5 or 6 that come up out of the trees and mushrooms that seem to have painted themselves into the scenery to make themselves even more disguised in plain sight. They are all armed and they are all waiting. One of them approaches you, Snags. You don't recognize him, but he looks pretty frightened and paranoid and says, "You got to be from here to know that passphrase. Who are you? Tell me now."
Snags? You don't recognize Snags? Perhaps
Snags.
it's Snags that should be asking who you are.
My name is Florian.
And
I'm the leader of the Order of the Shaded Knives, newly elected.
Interesting.
Tearing up this room.
How fares Broomholder?
And at that point, a big stone that's serving as the door almost weightlessly gets thrown aside and stands a very massive statured female goblin with long blonde hair and a very toothless grin. I thought I'd recognize that voice anywhere.
Broomholder, I love. And he runs forward,
She runs to you.
sauntering,
God,
and jumps into
Snags has
her
a love
arms.
interest.
And she does the dirty dancing thing where she it holds you up in the air.
We've practiced it.
Helena
As
looks
he's, like,
over
being-
at Krez and is just sort of like, is this a normal greeting down here?
The other goblin assassins are probably like looking embarrassed.
They
Probably not
actually
really looking at them.
they have doubled down They are approaching your group and they're saying, keep your hands where we can see them, and we're going to give you a quick search.
If you lay your hands
They're
on
okay.
me, you will lose them.
I vouch for them.
Florian looks back at you and says, are you sure?
But I did warn them that this may happen, so
I mean, they're humans after
as
all. Are you sure you can trust them?
yes. With my
Wait,
life.
you're not human. And he pokes Helena like in the side of the head. That's an elf.
Should I take his hand, Helena? And I'll pull out a dagger.
She's probably already got a dagger, or
Okay.
the bottom half of her double bladed scimitar, like touching his chin, and it was like, be very careful.
Snag's just smiling then, waiting to see what happens.
Brunhilde says, let him go. They're friends of the tailbearer.
No.
And
He
they
just points them and says their name once. Krez, Hob, Helena. We've gained some and lost some, and Yulin. But our mission has stayed the same. We yet try to save the world, and we are almost ready. I grab squeeze her arm and smile at her and say, we need volunteers. Assassins wanting vengeance on Mensa Berenzin. We leave immediately.
I'll
We need
assemble
distractions.
everyone. I will assemble everyone.
Oh. And I look over to Florian and wink at him. See? I told you. Now you know who I am. And then I'll set me down, please, love.
So Brunhilde beckons you all to follow, and she starts venturing forth to a kind of fixture in this place that you know of. It's called the breech horn. It does not make a sound like a normal horn does, but what it does is it kind of works with vibration. When you blow this horn, instead of making an audible noise, it just makes like a vibrational signal to certain people in certain places.
Okay. Before we move in there, I say, please let me down, my love. And then I have my simulacrum turn into a red dragon, and I give her a hand up so that she can ride the red dragon in.
Oh my stars, what a gentle goblin you are.
Anything for you, my love.
And she very majestically strides, giving some posh poses as she rides on this dragon. And then very daintily steps off to the horn, and then very undaintily blows this horn, giving it all she's got. You don't hear
What a lady.
anything, which, Snags, that's normal.
Mhm.
And about 10 minutes goes by, and maybe about 150 goblins assemble in front of you. All right, listen up, you half pints, she says. Snags is back in town, and he's got questions for you. Go ahead, honey.
He does a sheepish wave. Can you hold me up, please? I'll have her lift me up,
Yeah, she does.
and I'll do a little bow from where she's holding me up. It's good to see you all. Most of you. Some of you I still don't like, but I come to offer you an opportunity to step into the good graces of all of the assassins that are nearby and far away. Vengeance on Menzo Berenzin, who is with us. And he sticks his little hand to his big goblin ear.
And there's a little bit of a commotion of talking throughout the group. And eventually, a very old goblin, who you remember, his name is Stout, he wanders his way to the front. and says, I've been in the Sage Breach since it was founded by my great grandpappy. And he told me that at any time I could get revenge for the things that happened to my mother, do it in his name. So I stand with you, Snags. And then shortly after, another group of people. We just recently escaped Menzo Branson. Things are getting worse there ever since the emergence of the Demon Lords. And the way that we see it, it's not going to get better unless we do something. We'll stand with you, Snags. And then eventually, like, another 20 head up, encourage, we'll stand with you, Snags. Another 20 head up. We'll do whatever we can. We can't fight, but we'll give you supplies.
He starts pounding on his little his little magic drum. Get louder and louder as more people start stepping up.
Yeah, and eventually you get about 50 goblins standing in front of you as you beat the drum, just cheering, Snags! 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 Snags!
Put my hands up. Shh, shh. Okay, that's enough. That's enough.
What
So
is your
do they have
plan?
a way? This is the plan. We are going to be the assassins this time, and you are all going to be the distractions. You know the best ways. Perhaps freeing all of the slaves in multiple locations and setting them free on the city. That's a good start. But do whatever you can to make it home safely. Let us be the assassins this time. We'll take the head off.
There,
I won't tell you how to do your job.
the only issue with that, sir, is our spies have told, at least the ones that came back, that our routes are no longer safe. Our secrets have been compromised somehow. Possibly by a slave that might have escaped from here, or not escaped, wandered away and been captured again. They tortured him to get his secrets. Luckily, they have yet to find us, but they know of our secret routes. There is, by what we know, no safe way to approach Menzo Branson, unless stealth is our guide.
Crying. Finding suitable sized mushrooms. I can send pockets of troops through. It may take time. But I'm sure there's others that can do this as well.
They kind of rouse between themselves. Can any of you do that? I can't. I can barely wield a sword.
You're assassins. Of course you can wield a sword, you fool.
They're assassins, and they point to the 9 guys that are standing up front that look like assassins. I was a farmer.
Well, I don't need farmers. I want people that are going to have a chance of getting in and getting out. Farmers, step back. Your
And
duty is to the people.
3/4 of the group steps back.
That's more like it.
Like trying to
The
organize
rest of
them.
you would have just died. Pick up a sword and practice. Maybe in 10 years, you'll be useful on the battlefield.
Good
They
God.
can probably use a scythe. If they
This
can wield a
works.
scythe, they can
It'll be
probably
easier to
defend
get us all
themselves.
through. It'll be easier to get us all through trees, and then we can split up once we're there.
Since this thing started, she was the first person.
What?
He just nods at the crowd, and I have spoken. And he set me down, my love.
Okay.
And he kind of slides off the dragon's tail.
I started tearing up.
Just fucking Fred Flintstone your way off. God damn
Right.
it. Okay. So after all of that, you have about 20 goblins at the Willing already have their bags packed.
Excellent. Okay. So I tell them 30 minutes, say your goodbyes, and we're leaving. and I'll take us to Vizeran's tower.
Okay. Is there anything that anybody else would like to do while this is going on? After this has been said and done, Broomhilda tells you all that,
you can buy poisons. He tells you guys can buy poisons and stuff here pretty readily.
yeah, essentially that the whole of the Shaded Breach is open to you.
No, I'm good.
I might
So
go
give
and
30
find
minutes
one
to
of
say goodbye.
the farmers, like one of the more sturdy looking ones, and just sort of take them aside and like show them how to defensively wield a scythe.
Okay. So you pull him aside, and he has the scythe, and he's holding it like from the long end, like at the tip of the handle. It's like, okay, I got it like this, and then I swing, and he throws it accidentally. It narrowly hits another goblin, to which, in their surprise, they
And
look
she
over at
looks at
you.
him and is like, "Are you sure you're a farmer that you don't know how to use your own basic equipment?"
Well, not as a fighting tool. I know how to use it to cut
It's
grass.
exactly the same. You cut through a person the same way you cut through grass.
Okay, let me try again. And he grabs it the right way this time, chokes up on the handle, grabs the alternate handle to get the swing that he needs.
Show us you can cut through more than a fart.
And he's going to roll a d20. And yeah, he set up like a tiny little Zerkwood dummy. And he takes a mighty swing, closes his eyes, and lets out a loud yell and swings for this dummy. And to your surprise, yeah, he cuts a leg off.
She claps very modestly and is like, "Well done. Now make sure
Yep.
everybody else knows how to do that."
He opens his eyes and sees what he did. Yeah, okay, I can do this. I can do that.
I know you can. Good. And then she'll just put him in charge of making sure that the others understand that the tools that they use can also be used to defend themselves. Just in case. And that's
Not
what
all
she spends her
goblins
time
know how to
doing
do that.
until
Some of them are
everybody's.
just idiots.
And
Some of the
that's fine.
goblins are just idiots.
Yeah, you look back
The
over
idiot
after he's.
goblins can stay in the back.
Yeah, you look back over the one that he's taught. He is now trying to balance it on his nose.
If they
What
die,
else
they
can I?
die. I've
What
done
else
what I
can I
can
do
do.
with this thing?
One less melt.
Many of us have.
All right, so what do you do now?
Vizerans.
So you're going back to the teleporter, or are you going to do another teleportation of some other kind?
A teleportation circle, and I'm gonna force the small little goblin assassins to hide in bags of holding while we do it, just to make sure
It's
they
so
don't get
tiny in here.
Shh, hold your breath. We'll be
And
there
they
in a
just
minute.
you shove one in, and they all just grab each other's legs, pulling each other in very comically.
Nice.
Don't let go.
Yeah, and they disappear into the bag.
All right, so I'll do another 5th level spell slot.
Okay. And through the teleportation circle you go. Back to Vizeran's tower, Araj. You step through the portal. He is in a lounge chair reading a book. He hears you step in and very calmly closes the book, says, you're not dead. Good.
And then I open the bag of holding. You can come out now.
Yeah, all the goblins. What the
Hold their
actual
breath.
fuck is this?
Don't ask. Just pretend they're not there. I tell them to
I-
disappear and
Ah,
touch
God
nothing.
damn it. What is it with you guys sending goblins to my place?
They're friends.
But okay. All right.
They're going with us. They're not staying here.
So I prove you. I assume you have something for me at this
Yeah, he
point.
just steps back and lets Helena. I think she's got anything that we need.
We
Yeah,
ain't
she'll
found
reach
shit.
into. Helena will reach into her bag of holding and pull out the last item.
Expose that
Yes,
fucking-
yes, good. There's just one last thing to get now. And this will be probably one of the most dangerous
Helena
things.
looks
to do.
right at him and goes, "I thought this was the last thing."
Yeah, I learned recently that I worded that wrong. The book is one
Okay.
of the book is one of like the mandatory things that has to be in this list of things.
Okay.
Because with the book, Vizerin can kind of replicate the ritual, but do it in a different way to attract them all instead of pulling them from wherever they came from.
Okay.
By the way, we took care of this maze engine thing. I don't know if you felt it.
Huh. So the long fabled maze engine is now destroyed, huh?
As far as we know.
Did you learn anything about it while you were there? I find this very intriguing, for I couldn't find anything other than what it is in Graven Hollow. I couldn't find anything on what it could do other than possibly destroy the world.
You can move people between planes.
Interesting. Interesting. How did you discover this?
I moved between planes.
So,
the other
She
ones
just,
that were-
she's just looking at him like deadpan.
so interesting. You were sent back to your plane of origin, I assume, the Shadowfell, correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, I'm assuming because he kind of just like gestures at you, you being a Shatterkai and all.
You could assume things.
Right. Like I could assume that I am a good friend.
I know is that we found her at a farm far, far away. That she retrieved her very easily. Let's move on to greater things.
Right.
Do you have a plan for us to get there?
In fact, I do. And he claps his hands twice and says, servant man whose name I don't remember, get in here.
Kind of rude.
And like a young drow man steps through the door. Yes, Lord Vizerin? And he gestures to you all and says, there is the secret passage to Menzo Baranzan, you know. It takes you to the West Rift. I would like you to take them there. Escort them if you would, please. I believe an accompaniment of drow such as yourself might prove useful to them with the tenants in place, as you know.
Did you say West Rift?
West Rift, yes.
Thank you. And what was this dude's name?
Give me
Found
just
out
I
one.
didn't have one. Couldn't remember him.
He does. I just for some reason haven't scrolled to that part yet.
Nope, that's perfect. Makes it seem like Vizerin is a dick, like we
His
assumed.
name is Grin Ustil, and as the man walks in, he says, "And Lord, my name is Grin. Please remember."
It's kind of dickish there, Vizerin.
I go through many apprentices. Sometimes it's hard to remember their names.
Is he an apprentice or a servant?
Oh, I am an apprentice, miss. There's no doubt about that.
I'll do a servant at first.
Servant, apprentice, they're the same thing. And he like Grin is looking at you guys like that's not true.
And how many drow servant apprentices do you have?
As of right now, I have about 4. The other 3 are on other matters. I like to keep Grin around because he needs the most, let's say, learning.
Helena just looks at Grin and is like, is he correcting you?
He is.
Do you want him to?
Well, when I was in Menzoberranzan, my family was caught up in some politics. I was meant to be slain, as per the tenant, but Vizerin helped me
Nods.
escape.
Oh, that was nice of him. Seems
See?
he helped you escape, but doesn't know your name.
Vizerin
Yeah,
is
that's-
Vizerin is pouring himself a glass of wine and says, "I'm a very important person. There's a lot of knowledge and a lot of names to remember. You can forgive me if I forget a name every once in a while."
I don't think I've ever forgiven a drow, but I can let it go.
Well, that shows
Mostly because I don't care.
fair enough.
So, secret passage. Where's this entrance to this?
Grin says, "Please follow me. I'll take you there." Very like sheepishly walks away, not turning his back to Vizerin until they're out the door, then starts outside.
Pleasure as always, Vizerin. Keep it cool. He walks out.
He says nothing.
He snaps his fingers when he exits the door, and the 9 assassins follow after.
Yeah, they go Naruto running after you. So Grin takes you outside to the very front of Araj where you entered initially, and then takes you around the main steps that come up into a tiny little alcove, and he kind of pushes a couple rocks in a certain pattern, and they start to unfold and open. You can hear the air suck into this passageway as it opens, almost like it hasn't been open in a very long time. And as it opens, Grin says, "Well, 72 miles this way, and it'll take us to Menzoberranzan. Are you ready?"
72?
That's if we keep a pretty decent pace. If you want to go faster, it's still going to be the same amount of distance. I'm sorry.
That only last year?
Oh, good sir. I know many of what you've done in this last year.
What about the
And
brothels?
yes.
What about the brothels? You know about the brothels?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
thank
What is
you.
this?
Okay, we're
Don't
good. Never
worry
mind. Don't
about
even worry
it.
about it. We're out.
I'm so confused.
That's
Well, if
fine.
you knew
If-
about the brothels, I'd have to kill you. But since you don't know what that is, we're out. We're good. Fine. You can live.
So are you supposed to go with us? I'm a little confused. I don't know you or trust you. You've shown us the entrance. Is there anything else we should know? Trap anything
Well,
for us?
well, if there's anything that you should know, maybe I should ask this question first. Have any of you any knowledge of Menzoberranzan at all?
Aren't we there?
Yeah.
Like
You were in Velkenvelv, which is a drow prison.
no. I'm talking about like
That was Graven Hollow.
No.
oh yep. Okay, no, I have no idea. But Snacks here was in prison there.
Yep.
So yeah.
Which who knows?
And he looks at Snag, says, "Oh yeah, you were most likely a slave, so you would most likely know the way of Lolth."
I was being trained almost as a joke, as a jester, by a very cruel drow priestess. She made me perform for her. I'm not going to go into it. It was not. It was
Is
not
that
entertaining
why
in the
you had
slightest.
that hat?
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, for the rest of you, it'd be best for you to know Men's Branzen's law is the way of Lolth. And it
Enzo
serves
Branson
as
falls when I get there.
7 tenets, and they are as follows: there is no god other than Lolth. Any other who follows any entity of any other kind will be slain as a sacrifice to Lolth. Ritual
Pretty
worshipers.
sure I'll kill them all. Chance to sacrifice Snags here, even though he's
I
very sacrificeable. Small.
I only tell you these things
And cute.
because
Very cute.
we
Helen is just standing there resplendent in her like paladin of the Raven Queen, just like, uh-huh. Tell me more.
Let me ask you this question there, Gilf. His name is Gilf, right? We're calling him Gilf.
Grin.
Gilf, got it.
Grin.
grin.
Right, Gilf.
I thought you
Don't
were
be as
referring
bad
to
as the
Snags for a
guy
second.
that like he's like don't be the guy that
You
he's
think we're walking in there nicely? Do you think we're going in there to like make friends? I'm going in there to slaughter everybody we need and steal a book. I have to
Oh,
kill
dear.
1,000 drow
To
on
be
my
fair-
way in and 1,000 drow on my way out. I will do so.
To be fair, he's a powerful wizard. He's an arc wizard, and he's very well respected and feared. His tower is not an easy place to go, and if that's his prized possession, it's not going to be a simple hop in and hop out job.
Don't worry.
Yes,
I'll kill him.
very astute point, Snags. And he actually brings up his own map of Menzo Branson. And he's kind of pointing out the lay of the land of as you guys are going to walk in. As you guys are all walking, by the way. And he says, this is where we will enter Menzo Branson, in the West Rift, in the West Wall District.
Mhm.
There's a small platform that we're going to have to climb up the wall to get up. It's only 60 feet,
I flex
but
my
it should be
wings.
fine.
Climb.
we can
He just-
fly.
He blinks his eyes a couple times and he goes, that was not in the information report I was given recently.
My
That's
dragon
okay.
can climb walls also as fly, so we could always get on her back and she could climb us up there too, for those that can't.
That is true.
So if I'm looking at this map with this, where's the wizard?
His inner sanctum is somewhere in the Magic Academy Sorcerer in the northwestern part of town.
Okay. So all I
Their
have
only
to do is lay siege to at least a quarter of this city to get there.
It might be a little bit more difficult than that.
Why
Question,
don't we just
have
listen to him
Florida
and then make a
restaurant?
decision?
What I'm trying to tell you is, if you stick with me, I can get you into places that you would have to fight to get through. And yes, I'm not doubting your strength, Krez, because the things that you've done, no mortal man could ever dream of doing. But everybody has their limit.
Helena snorts
I've
and is
yet
like,
to
oh,
meet
so you
mine.
have heard of the brothels.
Just ask the brothels. They have no idea what I'm capable of.
Motherfucker.
And we have to kill him. So we come out.
She
near
just looks
West
at Grin and says, we come out to the West Rift and we have to go through. Why can't we go around the top and then come down at the top of Sorcerer?
They're
fly over.
the way that this map is set up, it's really kind of dumb because it kind of does like a cutout of what it is, so you can
Oh,
see
so it's like an
inside.
actual cavern? Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. These tunnels, however, they are known in Menzoberranzan as the Dark Dominion. Essentially, it's like the ungentrified outskirts of around Menzoberranzan where very dangerous things like to hide.
Okay.
More dangerous than the demon lords we fought.
Grin says, well, the last time somebody got left in the Dark Dominion, their entire family, which was about 55 drow, ripped apart by a numerous amount of mind flayers.
Mind Flayer.
Yes, they've been around for the last couple of months by report, and by other reports, they have not made any drastic moves that we know of on Menzoberranzan, but they don't want to take any chance.
Okay. So what you're telling me is that there's an infestation of things for me to slaughter.
I mean, if you think of it that way, possibly.
I mean, you said mind flayers. Don't those things like procreate brains?
We saw what it did
I just
to
want this to turn into
Ulin.
another you-know-good where we were all fighting our balls off, and Helena's the one that saved the day by actually accomplishing the mission. We need to have a plan and stick to it, and get the plan done.
So what's the plan? We try and sneak around with my dumbass?
I
Wait,
think
wait
keeping
here?
Sneaking in is a good idea, but I don't think there's going to be any way to sneak away from stealing something so treasured. I think we're going to set off all sorts of alarms, magical and otherwise. We're going to need to be as careful as we can, or we'll have the whole... Drow love to slaughter people. They have a lot of pent-up aggression at the females that control them, every aspect of their life. They will glory in taking it out on us.
well,
Helena looks at Snags and is like, how many people can you send through one of your mushrooms at a time?
He starts counting as I look at my spell.
Don't we just get vision on a mushroom or tree near where we need to go, and then he could just take us there?
Well, I'm
Duration
wondering if
is
we
1
can go
round.
go there, and then have him pick up or see if there's any mushrooms nearby that we could use as an escape route. Steal the book.
like, send me in, Grin says, and then scry me to find a way in. That could work.
And what happens if you get captured? And then we're going to feel bad, and we're going to have to come and rescue you. Oh my god, I'm getting stressed out.
Isn't he just
He
a
smokes a
servant?
bowl.
Do we really care? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Gilf. It's all right. Okay.
She looks at
Right.
Grin and she says, how much magic have you learned?
I can do this, and he does dancing lights.
Don't do it yet, but just tell me what you can do, please.
I can
He's just
make
a
lights.
baby. He's
I
a baby.
can.
He's going to die.
Hold up.
He has 7 hit points.
Wait a second.
You know it. I know it.
Wait a second. Let me understand something. Snags.
Mm-hmm.
We're in Menzo, right?
Indeed.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you remember any trees or mushrooms in the area that we can just teleport into close to our objective?
Drow as a whole are suspicious. They know very well what can be done with mushrooms and plants. They're very careful where they have them, decorations and such. They tend to have less plant life near their own little areas, and they have more fairy fire glowy statues of Lolth and such.
So this area right here that has some trees you've never been?
Slaves don't get to just walk around. Where was the my group held?
Your group was held in the Mistdrift.
The Mistdrift. Okay.
That's closer. So, like, here's what I'm thinking. I'm just dumb. That's okay, dumb. But like, we gotta walk 70 miles to get to the West Rift. Right?
Yeah, it'd be about 12-day walk.
If there was a tree that you remember in the Mist Rift, that'll put us closer. You know,
That
we
was a
just
long
wait.
time ago.
And there was
time ago.
even from what you remember because of kind of like trauma, the only thing you remember of seeing in the mist drift was fog, water, and spiders.
So my question becomes, can you make us look like drow?
But try on the Mist Rift location. Find something. We just hang here for a day, right? Let him rest. Let him recuperate because he's done a lot of work today. Teleport. Heavy work,
I'm doing all right.
right?
Well,
Right? But you know, right? Around that
Mhm.
location, find a good get in. Then we cut out 12 days of travel. I'm just saying, wrong. It's okay. I'll just. We got a powerful mind here, and what's sharper
Well,
than I
no,
am? If
no,
he
he's
says
got
it's
like a
not
9
possible,
intelligence. He has wisdom. He'll tell you if it'll work or not, but he doesn't know if it will work or not.
yeah. But I assume as Krez, you're
Sounds
smarter than Krez. I'm that way. But I'm just.
We are
His
just the most
simulacrum red
intelligent
dragon is
party that
smarter
has
than
ever.
I've
Accurate.
seen him do shit that
Simulacrum
shouldn't
is
be
smarter
able to
than
be
him.
done. We walked
She's
through
got
a
a 14.
tiny mushroom and went up into the sand.
Before he goes anywhere, before I forget, he just turns to the simulacrum, the dragulacrum, and
Maleficent.
says, says, "Do you ever have any desire to or plan to attack us? Because I know red dragons can be evil." And the simulacrum knows everything that Maleficent knew.
you asked the dragon, and very like emotionally or emotionlessly, it says, "Meh."
All right.
Where I'm sold. Okay, moving on.
It essentially gives you the reaction like, if you were dead already, I'd eat you.
Oh, I'm delicious. I bet.
So it's a cat.
It's not really.
Essentially,
Eating
it's acting like a cat.
snacks, not really like a lunch. It's more of like a midday snack.
Snack. Snack, snack.
Snack, snack.
Oh, you'd be surprised. I'm a lot bigger than you'd think. Let's
You
move
come
on.
up to my knee on a good day.
Grin starts going through his bag, and kind of, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Vizerin did give me one plan to take with, and I wanted to run it by you to see how you feel about it before we just say that that's what I'm gonna do, because I'm at least
Spit it out,
80%
man.
sure
Spit it
you'll all
out.
kill me.
Just tell us. Just do it.
He very shakily pulls out some paperwork and he shows it to you, and it is essentially documentation of slavery for all of you. He says this is obviously forged, but to the majority of the guards, they will recognize this as authentic. It has charms placed upon it, verifying its authenticity for now. Once we get in, and if we were to be stopped, they can just check the paperwork and we'll be on our way. You just have to listen to what I tell you to do.
Helen just deadpans at him and goes, "Do you really think everyone in this group is going to listen to you?"
You will have to give up all your weapons if you go with this plan. Just keep it in
Like,
mind.
I'm gonna give up my weapon over my
Nope.
cold dead body.
You cut your head off weapon.
Yeah, no,
He
when
just
that
kinda
my
looks-
cut my head off weapon is mine. I will cut off the heads of anybody that gets in my way.
He just looks at Grin and shrugs.
I think this
See, that's-
answers your question.
See, that's the thing. in Menzoberranzan, slaves have no rights. But if there's any altercation between two opposing groups on the subject of slaves, the two opposing houses must agree on a punishment. Which means if somebody sees you doing something wrong and they say, those slaves need to be killed, I have ownership, quote unquote, and can object to that and say, I need you. I could save your life that way.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Helena. The last person that ownership of us is dead, right?
I killed her myself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty sure we're. I don't want to be a dick, but I'm gonna be a dick, and it's like that plan you can just shove up your ass,
The
or
other
I
option
can bend you
is
over and
we
shove
do
it
it.
there for you if you like.
That's really weird you say that, Krez, and he shows the paperwork to you where some Vizerin has jotted some notes, and it even says, Krez will tell you to shove this plan up your ass.
I told you he was smart. He knows your name, Grin. He knows it. He's lying to you to keep you in your place.
I know. Just he starts
I
to
thought
get
when you said Gilf, I thought you initially were talking about Snags. Like
No, I
he's
know
a
Snags'
like
name.
a
I care
milf,
about
but a
Snags. I
Gilf.
don't care about Gilf over here.
I just
Yeah,
wanted to say that. That's why I thought you
Grin
guys
at this
were
point he's just staring at the floor. He's looking pretty upset.
It's like we have to handle all situations in the past, right? So we're going in through this. I'm looking at the map and I'm pointing at the very bottom of it. Like I'm pointing over here. We're coming in over here, right? So all we have to do is like walk our way through all this bullshit up to here and kill whatever this spider looking thing is, and then break into the tower and kill whoever's in here, and then grab the book. There's only one book in this place, right? I don't have to look through multiple books, right?
Oh no, we just have to find Gromp's inner sanctum.
The fuck's a
Which is in-
sanctum?
It's like a
I
hidden
like-
study.
Grin, I'm not saying we're not going to utilize your plan at some point. I'm sure we will, but probably as a backup just in case. I like Krez's idea of scrying, finding some sort of out of the way. He's at the map. He's like, somewhere along here, closer to Tierbrek, the better. Something out of the way, dark, shadowy. As soon as we appear out of a mushroom, I can open up a door to a 24-hour paradise. Nobody else will be able to see the door once it's shut, and we'll be able to plan from there our next step.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
The inside guy with the magical skills to get us there faster. Talk about 12 days, a bunch of fighting, then 12 days. Aren't we on a timetable here? Like it
We
seems
could just-
like Snags
Or
is
two of these-
literally
Spell slot.
the guy that we needed for specifically this. It's like he was born to do this shit.
Helena sort of like clears her throat just to get a word in, and looks at Snags and says, "You sometimes you draw on the floor a circle. Can you see if there's one of these circles in the place that we are going, since it is a sorcery school?"
There's no way a sorcery school will allow anybody to teleport in that doesn't know a passphrase.
There are many there's actually guards and wards placed on Sorcerer itself, preventing just that.
I'm sure all
they-
of them
So-
are.
I can give you any information you like about Menzer Brands, and just feel free to ask.
So how do if we
Question?
go with your plan, how do we get into Sorcerer?
That is the key. There is on these guards and wards a password that will give 1 hour's leniency on these guards and wards once you're inside, after you speak the passphrase. After then,
Do
you'll
you
have an
know this
hour.
passphrase?
I do, and he writes it down on a piece of paper, hands it to you.
So this is what we would need to get into the place that has all of the wards on the circle thing with the teleportation?
This will get you in Sorcerer without triggering the guards and wards. It will not get you to the teleportation circle.
Guards and wards are defenses that pop into place when anybody that doesn't know the preset password shouldn't be there. It's going to attack them. It'll set it off.
Yeah,
Right.
It'll alert everybody.
So
it
why don't
essentially
we try and
describes that.
teleport or get to close to the edge, and then we just fly up and up along the ceiling as much as possible, and then drop down quietly and sneak into the sunset area, walk in with the password, and then let Krez do what Krez does.
And that is a good plan, Helena, but the Drow are notorious for things like this. They're not without protection.
Let me stop you right there. Okay. Fuck the Drow.
I have a question though.
Yes,
Yeah.
Don't we have troops in Mezabine?
you do
mean,
not.
No.
Do not. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't have a standing group already there and shit. Right? Okay.
The last time I dealt with the Drow, they put me in a prison, and then I killed their queen. Well,
Yeah.
I didn't
See you
specifically kill
again.
her. Like, Helena put the blade through her throat. But that's besides the point. The point I want to get here, right, is your plan, Gilf, is going to make us take 13 days minimum to even get close to where we need to go. Whereas the good plan, my plan, right, relying on this beautiful little goblin here,
He bows.
will get us there
Thank you.
in 10 minutes.
Maybe less.
Exactly. Guaranteed delivery in 10 minutes or less. Just saying, plan is fine if we were dumb. But we got two smart people here with Helena and Max.
Yeah,
See? Case in point. I'm just saying,
100% agree with that.
man, we got
He's looking pretty puffed up.
better option than walking in defenseless like slaves. In fact, the fact that you suggested me being a slave kind of makes me want to like punch you in the mouth, and then go back and punch
I mean,
Vizerin
of
over
all
there
of
in the
us-
mouth.
Besides the sword of all of us, you probably look the most like a slave. Just saying.
Me?
Grin just kind of puts his hands in his head and he goes, "Oh my god, I'm gonna die."
No one said you're coming with us.
That was the only instructions that Vizerin gave me, is to come with you and help you.
Cool.
He
So
gave
you
you,
can
but he's
stay
not in control of us. Do you understand that? Vizerin has done nothing but plan. We have done all the dirty work.
If we killed
He doesn't
demons,
make the rules.
we something that had wings, something that didn't have wings, other things that had some footprints in the ground. All I'm saying is, you can
I
stay
think
here.
the most important part of this is that we get past the mind flayers, because it didn't go very well for you the last time we dealt with mind flayers. I would like to remind both you and Ulin. Get past them, and then get as quietly as possible to Sorcerer. And once we are in Sorcerer, then we can go from there. But we need to have an exit strategy.
The exit strategy is Snags has a teleportation circle that can teleport us back to Vizerin.
If you and she looks at Snags and goes, if you draw a teleportation circle, will it be there for the next people, or does it disappear once we are through? I have never understood how this part works.
It takes a minute to cast it. I just do some inks and stuff on the ground. What do you?
It's not
what
a
do you ask? Can
roadmap
they
that
follow us?
shows somebody else who knows magic how to get to where you are. Like it's not.
I'm sure that some ingenious wizards have spells that can track. Whether one of them will be right there and be able to sense it before it is completely gone, I don't know. We could always set off some explosions to go off after we go through. And that will maybe
That
clear
is a
the
good
debris.
idea.
There's things that we can do.
Right. So does that seem like an equitable idea? We get to the place past the mind flayers, then we sneak, whether we fly up and sneak across or through, the city with invisibility. I don't know. I don't care how we do it, but we sneak to Sans or Sorcerer and then go in, get the book. Where is the book? Do you know exactly where the book is?
In
She's looking at Grin now.
Good question.
Gromf Benir's inner sanctum, to which nobody but Gromf Benir knows where it is.
So we need
And
to
as
get this fucking asshole to tell us where it is.
and as per our last intelligence, he is hold up himself in his sanctum in Sorcerer.
So he is holed up in a place that nobody knows where it is.
Essentially, the thing you're looking for, he's in the same room as by our information.
So what you just explained to me, if I'm understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, Snap. You're sending us into a trap because we can't get to where he is. That's where he's hanging out, and that's where his thing is. And you're wanting to walk us in as slaves with no weapons.
No.
Can we kill this guy now or kill him later?
Okay. Now listen, I'm not saying that I agree with this plan. But listen, I'm just
So
in
why are you going through with a bad plan that you don't agree with? And why are you trying to force us to do this bad plan that you don't agree with?
first time showing emotion and it's anger, he says, because I want to help you save my home. I don't want you to destroy Menzo Baranzan. I just want to help you get this done with, and so we can all go back to just before.
All right, well, your supposedly quick route doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be the best.
Okay.
And Viscerin should have been the one to explain this to us better than you have.
Well, if I had to think like a drow,
But you are a drow.
that's right.
So what I'm hearing is
What I'm saying,
your
what I'm
home
trying to
is
say is,
Menzo Baranzan,
of course.
and you have
This is
literally
my
captured
suggestion.
our friend Snags here in the past and tortured him and made him be a slave. Did I just kill him, Snags?
Shame on you. He points a finger at him, up at him.
My, listen,
What
if
if
I could
Menzo Baranzan is worth saving? Better be good. He's tapping his
make
little foot.
people don't always stay the way that they are. People can
Didn't you say
change.
it was worse? You said it was getting worse.
But that's what
All
I'm
right, Chris,
what I'm
pull your
trying to
shit out.
say is I think you guys can do something to change it. I think what you guys are gonna do here will change the future of Menzo Baranzan forever. Maybe even the way that people look at Drow forever.
I mean,
Because as of right now, every Drow in an alliance to me in Vizerin's cause has renounced Lolth.
cool.
They no longer worship her.
So what you're telling me is, if I send you there, you could start an insurrection to make our thing to go get this book to save the entire world easier.
What I'm saying is, out of the 20,000 Drow that live in Menzo Baranzan, at least 10,000 of them are on our side.
Cool. Case in point. You go ahead. We
On
teleport
your
you in.
side,
and we get
or
10,000
not
fight
on
them.
her side, but only on their own side. There is a lot more than black and white.
They are on your side.
There's 50 million shades of Drow, and you know it.
It sounds like
That's
a
true.
book.
I can't speak for all Drow. That's true. You're fair.
We can't all speak Drow, but I suggest we go back, talk to Viscerin, powerful mage, wizard, and have him do some sort of spell like seeming on us and make us appear as Drow.
Oh well,
And then
that's
maybe we
that's
can
also part
swim
of the
on.
things that he gave me. He pulls
Oh
out.
my god, why did you come out with that in the first place? He's so frustrated.
You didn't fucking ask.
We literally asked that 20 minutes ago. If somebody can make us look
And then
like
I holds
Drow.
up a hand
Elena literally
and just
said
says,
that.
I hate your name,
says
Grin.
holds up a hand and just says, "Why don't we let the poor scared boy finish what he needs to tell us, and then we make a decision?"
Because he started
Fair
with
enough.
slavery.
Understood. Obviously, that's not going to happen, but there's more to this than just the slavery. And if we let him finish, maybe we can pick and choose the things that will work.
Please, please make it really good because I've been wondering if simulacrums can eat food, and I have a dragon here, and I want to try that out at some point soon. So please make it good. So
I really want to answer as the dragon so bad, but I don't know if I should.
Do it. There's no reason you shouldn't do it.
she is
I-
exactly as she would be.
I can eat, but as a simulacrum, I don't require to.
Oh, fair enough. I guess. Okay, go ahead.
So
Mystery solved.
this was my original plan. We get into Westrift. We make our way through Westwall. Make our way past Narbondale and Eastmere to House Bainray itself. There, we can meet up with one of my old friends, Quenthel Bainray.
And where is this Quinthel Bainray?
You talking about getting all the way over here?
A
To
little
the
bit more.
Baron?
So wait a second. Wait. You want us to come in through here? Walk all the way the fuck down here. Then walk all the way the fuck back up here.
Are you telling me that you have a friend who is of the leading house of Mensa
Yes.
Branson?
She,
Is that a
Quenthel and I
guy?
have been.
Oh, a female?
Quenthel is a woman. She is what's known as a chosen of Lulth.
Oh my, this is better and better.
And essentially, she understands the situation, and honestly, she has her own opinion of Lulth as a whole, but I have proof right here, and pulls out what looks like a personal letter that she is on our side.
So because she wrote that she's
I'm
on your
literally
side.
with you, Snags. This, like, I wrote down I'm with you.
We obviously have to agree with this and go with it now because she said she promises that she's on our side. I'm gonna cast Detect Magic on him and see if there's illusion magic on this guy.
Yeah, you cast that, and there is no magic of that sort on him. There is just the magic items that he's got on his person, and that's it.
Looks okay. So he's got like a scroll.
Yeah, just like the scrolls, and like he's got a +2 quarterstaff.
Okay.
I'm the dumb. Half of men doesn't like the other half.
Your words, not proven. Continue.
Right? That's what he said, right? Half of men's, or they half of them agree with us. I don't even know how they agree with us because all we're trying to do is stop the demon. Nothing to do with the shit going. Right? I don't understand why they wouldn't just start a rebellion and then literally agree that we need to stop the demon invasion. If they started the rebellion and they all started fighting, we could sneak in, get our shit done, get out. They continue the rebellion. Yeah, granted, half of them might die, the other half of the other people might die, but I mean, like, sneaking around if half the fucking population doesn't give a shit. Yes.
Yeah,
Well, with the seeming scroll, most likely we'll have much less problems.
that was
You
my
should have
initial
went that way.
idea, is to not get you guys caught.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm sorry I didn't give you the chance to explain yourself, Grin. I'm sorry that I said I hated your name. I don't hate it.
It is no trouble. That's why I'm living with Vizerin. He's trying to teach me to be smarter.
It's not working.
And yeah,
I
as you
think
can
you're
see,
a dumbass.
I have a lot of work to do.
The problem I have here, we have a demon invasion to stop. We literally need one item. Maybe three. Gathering these. Have the ability to get as close to our destination as possible. with Snags without taking an
Can your
additional
friend
24
Hold on a
days.
second. So that's going to take a lot of work too, because that means you have to scry somewhere in Menzoberranzan to do that and figure out how to do it. Or you
It's
can just walk
underground.
there.
There are a lot of mushrooms. I just want to throw that out there. They're probably just not near the different house
But
areas.
we're talking about an hour of maybe scrying and finding the mushroom and teleporting there versus 12 days of walking.
Helena
Grin.
pipes up, finally just says, Grin, your friend, your very close friend that you have in the main house, have you been to their house?
Yes. We've been
Do
friends
you
since childhood.
remember what the gardens look like?
Then he gets a far off look in his eyes, says, "Oh yes, I remember many times
Excellent.
cruising the gardens."
Do you know any large trees in the garden or any kind of large mushrooms in the garden?
One,
Excellent. How far is your friend's house from where we need to go? 1 day's walk? Less?
maybe half a day.
It's
Excellent.
always
Why
more
don't we go
dangerous
to
to
your
travel some
friend's house?
streets.
Well, it's half a day's walk through town, is what he's trying to say.
It's always
But
more
we could
dangerous to walk if you
probably
don't have because they have the rich people have
we
like
could
those big floating discs, and then like a literal like little army of servants and slaves around them because it's a
Usually,
dangerous
how
place.
long does the seeming last?
I think it's 24 hours.
yes, you have a day.
Okay. So we could go to your friend's house, cast the seeming as soon as we arrive there, and then walk for half a day through the town as Drow. Yes?
That seems like it might work.
I imagine about
And then
that
we
time we'll probably be ready for a rest. I could pop a door as close as we can get, and we can
go
go
in.
in there, take a
Yeah.
rest, and still have enough time with the seeming to get there. And the door will still be there, so we can escape to the door, close it, and it will be invisible to the other side. So we'll have a plan
That-
B that's close by.
Out of
I
curiosity, inside your mansion, your little door thingy,
Hmm.
couldn't you cast a teleportation take us back to Vizerin out?
Sure.
So we have it out without giving away our location.
Indeed.
So glad we had this
You're getting
conversation.
smarter
Snags,
hanging
you're a
out with us.
genius. I'm glad you thought of it.
Woo.
Good God.
Nick,
Yep,
So
and I can
we
make the
have a
inside of
plan?
that baby look however I want.
before the conversation had started, I started walking. I'm probably there already. Right?
We were walking and talking the whole time.
Yeah, everybody's just like walking, talking. If anything,
Yeah,
Ab
we're
is
in the
just a
middle of
little bit unburdened by conversation and is maybe like 5 foot in front of everybody.
I was gonna say
I'm
this is
saying
the
that we
quietest
probably
Hab has ever been.
we're probably already
It's
sitting
a
in the middle of
12-day
Mesoborn
walk.
Times Square.
I would have. It would
Yeah,
have
this
been
is a 12-day walk.
great. No, you don't understand. This would have
I
been
mean,
great.
if he wants to walk there for 12 days, he can.
He gets there, we're already back at Vizerin's and sealing off the demons, and he's still walking. Like, I'm gonna be there, no problem.
He's like,
You guys are
I'm
you
gonna
guys are
walk
just
through the mind flares.
you guys are just at Vizerin's drinking wine, like, whatever happened to Have Waters? And then flash to him in like a mind flayer nest, just flailing a sword, like, you'll never get me alive, you motherfuckers!
We're sitting there having tea with them. It's like I don't know where they are, man.
You'd probably
With
be
a fucking-
massaging a slimy brain.
I'm just saying, we're pressed for time.
All
so
right,
the teleport
so
thing makes more
that
sense
seems
to me.
like the move. Then you talk to and describe the tree of your friend's house. To Snags here, we go through there, the tree, up, 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 and then once we are there, we cast seeming, we go set up the invisible fortress wherever it is we need to go, and then we get in, get out, bing, bam, boom.
A better plan
That-
than walking for 12 days.
But there's just one question, my friends. Look around you. This tunnel that you guys have been walking in, I forgot to describe this to you, is definitely not natural. Vizerin has formed this
somehow, possibly with magic over the course of like many years.
Well, he did make a giant
But-
slide.
It's essentially like a sewer tunnel, smooth walls, a little bit of water at the bottom. Still made out of rock and not like laid stone, like man-made, but
How big
there's
is it?
no plant
So you're
life.
telling me that the only plant life is back in Vizerin's house, which we haven't gotten too far away from?
You're like an hour away, I'll
So
say
we
at this
walk
point.
an hour back to save 12 days? Sounds like a good plan to me.
Teleport us. Be there in a flash.
Don't even have to teleport. It's only an hour back.
Yeah, I'll ride back on the dragon anyway, so it's not like I have
Yeah.
to
Like,
do anything.
I'll just wing myself
right, okay.
back there. That makes more sense than doing this dump as we started with.
I think the more powerful Snags gets, the lazier he gets.
All right. Okay.
And that's pretty
Right.
evident. He's
Above
trying a little
table?
paunch.
above table and everything. Like, how many encounters did we just escape from?
In this tunnel, since it is something that Vizerin has created and only knows about, none.
Cool. So we didn't waste any of your plans. Good.
You just made things different.
Oh, yeah.
We're good at that.
Like,
Okay,
I mean,
so-
we've been doing this for
Much
about
like
2
you
years
do
I'll
our-
now.
sort of like
Oh, it's better
jog
bad.
quietly ahead, grab Hab by the elbow and be like, quick change of plans, come on. And then start heading back to Vizerin's. And then when we get to Vizerin's, we will go forward with the new plan.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
We don't really need to
Don't
bug
make me leave
Vizerin.
you behind.
He'll
Yeah.
just irritate me.
Just find a plant. Yeah.
We've
Okay.
used a specific one here before.
Okay.
So I will need to scry a mushroom. I can't just have a description of mushrooms because that could be anywhere. I know in
That-
Snag's mind's eye the direction and where it would be located in Menzoberranzan, so he would be at least familiar, and I would leave it up to Nick to determine if I could scry and find it while it's at the main house. I doubt I'd be able to scry there.
You guys are back at Iraj now, and Grin has been listening to you, wanting like to scry and stuff like that, talking about it, and he says, "Come with me, just you."
All right.
He takes you back inside, back into like the main foyer room where Vizerin is reading a book, and he goes, "What the fuck? You guys just left. What are you doing?"
We don't need to talk to you. Just we'll be gone
Yeah.
shortly.
I forgot.
You weren't good enough to properly
And,
explain it to us, so we don't need to talk to you. Grin is doing a fabulous job. Continue, Grin.
Dude. And he takes you to his private quarters, which is below the main staircase, down another staircase, and in a small closet.
So he's Harry
There
Potter.
on his nightstand, he's essentially Harry Potter, yeah.
Yeah.
Grin Ustil, boy wizard.
Nice.
And he pulls out from his belongings something that he seems to treasure very dearly as he unwraps it from cloth. Very fine black cloth with spider kind of stitching, spider silk looking stuff. Opens it up, and it is a picture of him, assumingly as a child, with another woman who is wearing priestess garb already. Seems to be a little bit upset in the picture, but he looks ecstatic. Looks like he's having the time of his life, and they're sitting below a giant zirkwood tree with their
I
with
snatch it out
G.
of his hand.
Yeah. Oh, please be careful with that.
Sure.
It was a gift.
If I tear it, I'll mend it. Don't worry about it. You'll learn that when you're a big
It's-
boy wizard. And he walks off.
He says it's magical. You can't mend it.
Well, I will be careful.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. Come on, Grin. You're doing great.
Okay,
buddy.
but I actually did forget something. I'll be right out.
What?
And you see him very quickly grabbing like 5 pairs of underwear.
Hurry up!
places to go, people to
Yeah,
see.
you guys
walk
all-
back out. I walk back out completely, total cold shouldered, not even like looking at Vizerin, and just walk like saunter by him.
Vizerin says nothing to you, but as like you get to the door and Grin exited the room, you just hear Vizerin say, "You're leaving for the second time. Don't come back again until you do your job." And he says, "Yes, sir," and walks out.
So who
I wait till he walks out in front of me, and then I'll walk out.
after we're done with all this shit, put the demons back. Who's up for killing Vizerin? Anybody?
I've got
Helena
at
raises
least
her
5
hand.
different plans already set in motion.
Okay. As long as I'm not the only one that thinks that this asshole needs to die
I don't.
after this bullshit.
I told you the first day I don't trust Drow.
Yeah, no, he's not worth trusting, and he has access to too many really powerful dark objects. I don't trust him at all.
Even if it has to be a one shot, you're gonna need us to. We're gonna need to kill Vizerin.
Yep.
We gotta get a little higher first, though.
I'm pretty sure Nick is as high as possible right now.
I am
No,
actually, thank
arch-wizards are really, really hard to kill, so.
Nah, like he can't damage me. Because all I
Okay.
need to do is roll a nat 20 and his head falls on the floor.
Okay.
Anyway, continue.
see
My
it.
bad.
So how much time do you need to study that to get an accurate
If it
whatever
is
you
an
need to...
accurate picture and depiction, and I already have in my mind where it's located in Menzoberranzan, I should be able to do it anytime. I will definitely
Actually-
study it for 30 minutes. I'll study it over like a short rest. Because I'm not that
Okay.
smart, so I'll try and seriously focus on it and memorize it.
Okay. So it takes you about an hour to sit and study the features of the place and the background of the picture and kind of
Yep,
get the
everything.
trajectory on where this place is in Menzoberranzan.
And from what I can see in the picture, can I determine which side would be best to open the tree from? Like away from, you know what I mean? Away from where people would be sitting or enjoying the garden.
Well, yeah, so you know from the picture that where they're seated is kind of like a patio area made out of numerous pieces of rock from the cavern that they live in and other like luminescent rocks and like a nice Zirkwood bench finely crafted by Drow. So you know that probably the opposite side of that into the garden would probably be the better idea.
Beautiful. So I'm just trying to imagine what the other side of the tree might look like, and I'll do whatever's most likely to succeed. And if it doesn't, it's probably because they have protections, and we'll have to go with a different plan. But once through, if possible, I suggest popping open a door to a mansion so that we have a plan B just in case it goes wrong. What do you guys think?
Okay. Can you do that more than once in a day?
I have 2 more slots. I can get us there, and I can pop open a door, and then I will only have 4th level and lower magic tier.
Listen, if
Do we want to pop open the door there, or do we want to pop it open closer to where we are going to be escaping from?
Well, once I rest, I can do it all again in a different location.
I mean, all
Okay.
I'm saying, this original plan that we had was going to take 24 days. So if we have that kind of time, to take a day, get all of his spells back. Relax.
You're possibly looking at a couple days to travel from down here in the Benray Garden area. We can maybe have an underground path out of there. Hopefully, if this friend Quinthel is on
I
the
thought
up and
it
up.
only took half a day to go from point A to point B.
Yes, you are correct. Half a day to walk
we
from
all
Austin Ray to Tierra Breche.
And plans always change when you enact them. So who
Yeah.
knows? Quenthil may be a badass, and we may be, honored to meet them. We just don't know. Shall we go?
I think we're as ready as we can.
Yeah, he will describe how as he's casting the spell, like he's like, all right, come on, and you guys are going through, he'll be like, man, Visitor was being a real dick.
Oh, hold. I have to. We're doing this now? Grin says.
Yeah,
See, we were gonna
keep
wait
up,
12 days
keep
and then
up.
do it.
Yeah, I
Keep
must
up,
have.
Apprentice.
I gotta cast seeming on you guys so you don't get
No.
recognized.
Hurry up.
Why
get
don't
there?
we do that once we?
And he does it as fast as he possibly can.
Little goblin foot
Thought
tapping.
we were going to wait until we were walking through the city for this.
I want to be a tall, beautiful drow woman.
It takes him 30 seconds. And yeah, you are all hot drow women now.
Starts feeling his tits.
I love this when random came in as you say that, and they're like, nope, I can't.
It was a very quick entrance and exit for sure.
Okay, so you're all disguised. If anybody asks, you're from family Brayrin, House Brayrin. He even spells it in the dirt.
Braeryn.
Boobage. Got it.
My name
That's
is
the
Snagira. Snagira, remember it.
Snagira of House Brayrin. Couldn't have picked a better drow name myself. All right,
Don't talk back to me, male.
We have to go.
So
Also,
we're walking.
are you guys teleporting or walking?
Teleporting.
We're walking through the teleportation.
Oh, so both.
We're
Got
walking
it.
through the
You have to walk,
teleportation.
you have to
Yeah,
walk through the
sorry.
tree.
As you
I
guys
got a
take your
20 on my
steps through,
performance as a female drow.
as you guys step through, you also hear Grin say, when he's sure that you guys are 3/4 through the portal and Vizerin could possibly not hear you anymore, he says, also, if anybody asks, Vizerin Devere is dead.
Imagine
And
myself being hip from. I do know Frodo Baggins. Yeah, your second cousin's twice removed. He's right over there.
He's hiding behind a rock.
This is where you explain why.
now you're standing in the garden, and he says, because for all anybody knows in Menzo Baranzan, Vizerin Devere is dead. And he'd rather it remain that
Arna's
way.
gonna turn and scan the garden area, see who's there.
So in the garden, as of right now, you scan the room. Let me go to really.
How big is this tree that we're stepping out of? Is it massive?
It's from what it was in the picture. It was pretty decent sized. Now it is massive and overgrown, proving to you that picture was taken a long time ago.
I'll give it back to him. And is it wide enough? And is there a flat enough spot that I could make a door on it into a spot?
It is just too small.
Okay.
So
I'll be looking for the nearest. Do I need a space, or can I just open it? Let me look.
that's really
Conjure a
dumb.
shimmering door in range. So I just conjure a door. It doesn't have to be anywhere. So I'll just conjure it right there in front of the tree.
Okay. Your door appears. As far
I
as the
look at Grin and
surroundings,
say, "What now?"
as far as your surroundings, there are 7 different Drow warriors patrolling the grounds, and they've seen all of you kind of step out, and they come in approaching, not with
Helena
weapons
just
drawn,
pulls
but
herself
with
up to the most like intimidating stance that she has mastered over the years of feminine power, and is just looking at them with the most unimpressed side eye, like, how dare you even come near me?
uh, excuse me,
No.
Miss Painter
And
isn't
she
really
just waves
expecting.
them off.
Yes, ma'am, and they run away as they are told from a young age. As Grin kind of fills you in when they're out of earshot, women kind of make things go around here.
Did you
Men
speak
are,
in Drow? Do you know Drow?
yeah, he is speaking under common. So if you don't understand it, that is
And Helena.
I don't
Yeah,
know
so-
Undercommon. I know Drow.
that is under common. I'm gonna
Then I
say it
know.
is at least.
Yes, then I know.
I'd be kind of surprised if you didn't.
So Drow are probably like the English of the world, of the underworld. Everybody
No.
speaks it.
I would say more Australian because they're
The
down under.
language of business.
Perfect. Yeah, that's true.
Good day, mate. Let's keep on walking now.
I can't remember who said this earlier in this campaign. They had brought that up, and I had thought for a long time, I'll just give them all a fucking Australian accent, but it got very tiring.
I think that was in the first 3 or 4 days.
It was.
They had an Australian accent in the first 3 or 4 sessions, and then you were just like, no, I'm not doing this anymore.
Because I would be done, and I was just like, I couldn't stop doing it.
Oh man, who was that? This
So
is
I didn't
early
have
on.
time to make the door appear?
You did.
Okay.
That's initially why they were kind of coming up
It
to
takes
ask
me
me
a whole
questions.
minute. It takes a whole minute to cast that, so
Yeah, so while you're doing that, they walk up. Helena immediately just goes, no, go the other way. And they're like, okay.
perfect.
Goodbye.
So after a minute, pop the door open and usher everybody in.
Are we going in here? Going straight where we need to go.
Because the
I-
seeming
My
My suggestion is that
24
we go
hours.
in here and send Grin to find Quenthel, and we'll be able to let Quenthel come in and talk with us. We'll be able to talk without being scried upon and stuff.
Gotcha. Okay, understand.
Okay.
Helena's just sort of
And I'm gonna go talk with my son and use the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so.
but the seeming scroll is only 24 hours, and we only had one, right?
No, you had enough, one for each of you. So each of you are seeming to look like a drow woman.
Right. But my question is, there was only one for each of us, and it only lasts for 24 hours. So we only have 24 hours of looking like a drow.
Yep, that is correct.
I think we're fine
That's what I
though
thought
because
we were-
we cast it. We only spent 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a
Right.
total of
We've
10
got
minutes.
23
So just
hours.
do a rest. Rest is 8 hours
Yep.
6
or 6 hours. Yeah.
hours to
All right. And half a day is 12 hours walk. So we'll have
have
3
3
hours
hours.
once we get to the tower. Yeah. Okay.
But on the upside is since we're gonna rest, he can cast his there and teleport back, and
Perfect.
we're fine. It's fine. I
Okay.
send Gilf to
It's
do
just
what he
going
was
to take a
going to do.
minute.
So Grin is like, you, and he's very nervous. You want me to go see if I can get Quenthel out here? In the door.
Yeah, she can.
Okay, I'm just making sure I got the correction or the right instructions. I don't want to
Helena
fuck up
just
again.
is like, Helena just holds up a finger and is like, just as a quick understanding, why is Why do we need to talk to her?
I don't know why, but that's what Snag said.
She is the sister of Gromp Bainray.
Then that would be why we are talking to her.
If anybody would know a way
Where?
a way to get into Sorcerer, it would be the sister of the High Archmage of Sorcerer. I couldn't think of a
You
better
said we
way.
had the passwords to get
Yes,
in.
you do.
We
I'm
just
gonna touch your butt.
we need to
You,
find him.
you have the passwords, but she can give you a slip that will give you permission that the passwords will make it would make the password obsolete because it'll just turn the wards off to you. Don't
Don't touch her butt.
please
I'm
don't.
touching
That's
my butt.
Helena just tilts her head at you and is like, "No,
You're not gonna let me touch your butt, so I'm gonna touch somebody's butt.
touch your own butt. It's a very nice feminine butt at the moment. Have fun with that."
Oh, you like my butt. Oh, it's
It's
so
very-
cute. Thank you for liking my butt. I do a lot of
All right.
squats.
You're welcome.
So Grin says, "Oh, okay, I'll go get. I'm gonna go knock on the door. You guys stay here. Do whatever you're gonna do. I'll be back." And
Do you need me to come with you?
no, I'm fine. I can do this.
If you
Chronic-
don't come back, we are coming in. Just to be aware.
And
If
you
I don't
will
come
lose your
back in
head.
if I don't come back in an hour, come in after me. And he turns off towards the door. So, about 10 minutes after he goes inside, you guys are, I'm assuming, just kind of standing out here. Have you gone immediately inside?
I'm keeping an eye because I can go in when I need to. Just sort of like seeing what this area looks like, what the patrols are doing, that kind of stuff.
So the patrols are still making rounds around the garden and most of the grounds of House Benray. This garden kind of overlooks part of the main road that leads out into the zone known as Quellerzor. I'm not going to pronounce that again. Kind of looks like a little bit less dumpy as the rest of the place looks. Because as you're looking around it more in the distance, you're starting to see like destroyed buildings and huge claw marks in the stone. Attempts at rebuilds in some areas. But when you look at the Keller Zorl, it kind of doesn't look like it was touched at all. Same with the grounds of House Ben Ray.
Like something has been attacking around, but has not attacked either one of these two places, or the opposite.
The way that it looks to you as you sit, it looks like something started in the middle of town and destroyed a whole bunch of stuff on its way out of town towards
Does it look vaguely like dragon claws?
give me a survival check.
17.
You can tell from this that these are, if anything, some sort of either wolf or hyena tracks. But if that was the case, this thing would have to be massive.
Okay.
Something for me to kill.
Does she know of any like other planar creature that sounds like a wolf or a large wolf hyena creature?
You've met one,
True.
and
Demo
last time you
movie.
checked, he's watching you.
Hmm. In
What's
that
Hab
case,
doing at this point? You are disguised as a drow woman sitting in this garden. What is Hab Waters doing?
I'm just following the group, right? I mean, they pretty much like have the whole plan already set up, right? So
You're just
I'm
kind
just
of like
following.
hanging out, waiting for stuff to
Yeah,
happen.
yeah. I'm just making sure nobody touches my butt, though. Right?
Okay, make me a perception check then, since you're just kind of like chilling, scanning the scenes.
Ain't nobody touching that water, but
Yeah, nobody touch. Yeah, don't touch that, please. See, hold on a second. Hold on, the cat's gotten comfortable on my lap. Come on, dude. Ah, okay. Perception check.
Yes, please.
Okay. Passive perception. Bloody hell. It's total of 14. Just rolled
Okay,
off of a 20, damn it.
so you see this in the distance, like from where you're at. There is an entrance door to House Bainray, and this is maybe like 150 feet away at another entrance or exit leading away from the grounds. There seems to be about maybe like 50 to 60 naked people of many different races: drow, dwarf, dwarger, human. There is one Aarakocra in there, but his wings have been severed in a very violent looking way. They're all naked, they are all chained together, and they seem to be painted different colors. In front of this procession of slaves, presumably, is a drow dressed as some sort of noble, while accompanying them are a buttload of drow warriors, namely 10 of them. And they seem to be wearing some kind of house regalia of some house in Menzoberranzan. This seems to be a slave parade.
The parade?
A slave parade.
They're just marching along. And thinking, I mean, it's like, are they celebrating it or something? Or is it like, a party? Or is it just them being marched to their locations?
You really don't know. It's really hard to understand what this is. You're not really knowledgeable of the customs in Menzoberranzan.
All together?
Are they what?
Together. Slaves.
Sorry, you broke up. I didn't quite understand you. I'm sorry.
Okay, are they shackled together?
Yeah, by ankle and wrist in like two separate lines, and also horizontally, they are all chained together. They're chained together in a way that like they couldn't run away from each other if they tried. They're stuck in a train.
All right, so
I
I
see
point
this?
this out to the group. I point this out to the group.
Yeah, you can make a perception check if you're just kind of like chilling, scanning the scenes.
I mean, my passive
Or unless-
perception is 15.
You definitely hear some just like faint, like derogatory remarks in Undercommon, like "Get moving, you spider scum! Get up! Don't make me take a foot!"
Wait. So the people who are marching are Dro, or the people that are
Yes,
speaking pushing them are Dro?
the
Okay.
people that are marching them, like guarding them and leading them, are Drow.
Yeah, a Drow. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's Drow on Drow. Okay.
Well, it's Drow leading them. There are some Drow as prisoners, but they're not all Drow. Some of them are dwarves. Some of them are humans.
Okay.
They're different races of all kind.
I turn around to the group. It's like, hey, can we join that line right there and kind of like march into town?
About to go slaughter the. Bullshit.
At this point, a guard is kind of like moved up beside you to kind of see the spectacle as he's overheard as well. He says, nothing like a good slave parade. Show those bastards where they belong.
Guard next to me.
This is just a guard that has approached you all.
Got me. I'm putting him.
I gotta keep them slaves in check. Yeah.
This was a male guard that came up to a bunch of women. Drow,
Yes.
That's impressive.
and just started, and we probably all just like look at him.
Do you say anything to him? Because he's kind of looking at you like, uh-oh, why did I say that to you?
You
Just
should
move
probably
one
find
finger.
someplace else to be.
Just pointed a finger at him, and then move it.
Uh-oh.
Leave.
Oh, no. And they run.
I'm about to go stop this.
I think you should wait.
At this point, one of the people in the middle of the pack has tripped to their feet, or to their hands and knees, pulling down maybe 2 or 3 more of them. And one of the drow that is leading them by the side has pulled out a whip, and he is mercilessly just taking it out on him.
Oh,
Helena's going to step
I
forward
said, get up!
this is hurting me. This is hurting me.
and move up to the drow that is whipping and just look at him and say, I suggest you stop injuring the things that make us money.
And he kind of looks down at you, or at your insignia
look.
that has been seeming onto you. House Breyerin. What business do you have to tell House Benray what they can do with their slaves?
And what business do you have to speak to me in this manner, man?
Everything.
And he looks hard, and he says,
She's
I'm sorry,
unimpressed.
I'm sorry, mistress. I have only been
Thank
doing
you.
what I am instructed to do.
I'll have
You should
the
watch
you
your
said 9
tone.
assassins. I'll tell you. I'll have the 9 goblin assassins appear around him with blades.
Oh! And they all of the drow draw their swords, and they say, what? Assassins! From the Shaded Breach, I assume. Have at you! And they go to fighting.
Yeah.
What do you guys do in this situation, though? Because I know Snags has kind of signaled them to move in and do their thing.
I'm. That's me. I'm gonna go fucking hacking at Drow.
Snags isn't gonna
I'm
stop
trying to
you.
think.
He doesn't like Drow.
Yeah,
Does,
like I
does he
don't
have
think
the
any
door
of us are
open?
going to stop you. The door's open and ready to go, right?
Correct. And at this point,
Fucking
the
we've
other
all
drow in this whole situation, the one that was leading them, the noble, he is beating feet back to the door, and he is blowing a whistle as he does so.
Oh no. If he starts to
Where's your
run,
friend Quenthel?
he's gonna be stopped.
Yeah, he's definitely started running. So you're going to stop him?
So I'm going to cast command.
Okay.
So I'm gonna need a wisdom 19 save, please.
Okay.
If I need to, I'll do cutting words on him.
He got a 6.
So yeah, she's just going to yell. Or just like quietly, like without barely raising her voice, just go, stop.
And he does.
And she'll walk over, remove the whistle, and just look at him like, don't be stupid. And then pocket the whistle.
Okay. So he's all right. Don't be stupid. Okay, stop.
We'll
Don't
find
be
someplace
stupid.
else to sit, please.
The assassins, who were very good in their stealth, they managed to catch enough of these guys, or at least by surprise enough, to dispatch the 10 of them easily
Nice.
and drag them off into the garden. At
Nope,
this
drag
point,
them into my door.
okay, so they drag them into the door, and as the last one gets inside and the door closes, Grin steps out of the door. The door is kind of blocking who else he might be looking at because he turns around immediately, extending a hand in a very gentlemanly fashion and helping down the stairs. He brings a woman wearing a black dress, very plain looking, only with a symbol of Lolth emblazoned in the front, and also wearing some sort of spider looking necklace. She is
Was
Drow, of
she
course.
Was she on that picture?
She was on that picture, but she looks very much older and much more mature. She's beautiful for a Drow. Whereas all the rest of these Drow have like somewhat grayish hair or black, hers is a brilliant and almost shining silver. And she approaches you all with Grin in tow. Grin says, "Friends, meet Quinthil Bainray."
Pleasure. I mean, pleasure.
The pleasure is all mine. Grin spoke of a private place that we could speak. Yes?
I'll just open the door a crack and look in and just like whisper to tell them to take it into a room that suddenly appears with a door and says once the door shuts, it will disappear with them.
They don't say a word, keeping their silence to keep up with the charade, and he just gives you like a thumbs up.
My servants are just tidying up. Sorry.
Oh, what a powerful wizard you are to cast a spell like this.
This is nothing.
Well,
31 on
So
my performance.
back with the slaves and like the dead drow and all of that from the slave parade. Or is it just a bunch of shackled slaves now and no
there,
guards?
yeah, there are no more guards. They're all dead. Unfortunately, the slave that was being mercilessly whipped has died.
Saw that coming.
But the
Okay.
rest of them are very
And the rest-
fearful because there is a drow woman above them. And they say in very broken, like, undercommon, "Please don't kill us."
Kill you.
I have no intention to kill you. And she's going to search the bodies very quickly to find the keys.
You're going to go find the room that the assassins went in and go get the key.
Yeah.
I can
Okay.
make the door appear for her.
Okay.
And come back and just unhook. Basically, just be like, you have until I finish counting to flee. 1, 2,
And they're running.
3. And then she's gonna like pocket the key, take the shackles, put them all in her bag of holding.
Okay. So you just gained like 50 shackles.
Nice.
Nice.
Jesus. There's some
You never
bondage.
know when you're gonna need
There.
some shackles, okay? Not dimensional shackles, just regular shackles. They said no.
You
Change?
just need 9,950 more, you know?
Yeah. I don't even know what these would be called.
Yeah, I think they're actually just called shackles. No, and if I remember right, they
No,
weigh
because
like
they're not even showing up. Mm-mm. Nope. It's gotta be something else.
manacles is what they're called.
There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you.
It's okay.
They're only 6 pounds. So we'll take 10.
Okay, so you gain 60 pounds of shackles. Got it.
Are we buying? Are we making a BDSM club?
She just looks at Hab and is like, no.
I had such
Alright.
good
And
chaps.
then the
Some leather, assless chaps.
Alright, I still got another like 50 pounds that I can put in this. So we're good.
The lady's
Ba,
now in
ba.
there.
Yeah, she has already
Yep.
made her way in there. And she is familiar with the spell, too. So she has already asked one of the servants inside to give her a drink and all that good shit.
They all look
Wonderful.
like goblin ninjas of the dead who died fleeing Menzoberranzan, and she wouldn't know
Mm.
that though.
This is very strange that all these servants are undead. It must be easier to save on slavery costs.
I mean, she would know that they are like unseen servant type guests. There's like
Oh,
100 of them.
well, then she'd say,
And
what a
here
weird
is
way to
like,
theme that. So I understand that you are here to speak to my brother?
Yeah, so do you know how we will be able to get in touch with him? It is of the utmost importance to the safety of our kingdom.
Unfortunately, since his little incident, nobody knows
Can
where
you
he is.
explain the incident?
Surely you've heard of the incident that's your drow, for goodness sake. Or
We don't have time for this.
I've been up of the route.
Came here for. Talking to myself.
I don't know who you're talking to.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
I'm literally saying we don't have time for this game to get into a place. I thought this was the person that can get us into the place. Was that not?
right. Why did
It
you
is
have
the
us come here
person.
to visit your friend, Grin? You never really explained that. Did you just want to visit? Or did they have a way to get us to where we need to be?
Oh, you want to get into Sorcerer?
Yes.
Do you
What?
know what we're here to do, ma'am?
I have a very basic understanding of why you're here. It's been a long time since I've seen Grin. It's nice to see him and all, but he says he wants some sort of grimoire from my brother, but nobody's seen him since
Sanctum.
his sanctum is in Sorcerer. She already has a piece of paper written. She said, "This is you just keep this on your persons." And she like very like coyly like fans it out to 6 pieces. This will keep you safe from the guards and wards inside Sorcerer.
Great. Not to cut short, but we get in, get the hell out. On next
But
hours.
I will say though, I did send a team to his sanctum already to
When?
after he unleashed all these demon lords. They
Great.
destroyed the town. Everybody was incriminating House Bainray. I sent my own team there to take any incriminating evidence from his office, so he wouldn't be prosecuted, or I, for that matter. And
Where's this
alas,
incriminating evidence?
that's the thing. There was none. He must have some sort of inner sanctum hidden that nobody else knows about.
Yeah, I would. If I was a douchebag that opened up a portal to hell.
Right. That's That's exactly the kind of attitude that the Council of Spiders would actually agree with. Would you be familiar with them at all?
Nope. We're just trying to clean up this mess as quickly as a pie.
That
Can you keep us?
sounds. One last question. A group of slaves escaped from Velkenvelv some time ago. Would you happen to know
Many
anything about that?
slaves have
Never seen him,
escaped
no.
from Velkenvelv over the course of many months. Which ones are you speaking of? The first, the fifth, the ninth?
As I understand, it was a good group of people, but namely the ones that were most important were a Shatterkai, a human, a tiefling, and a couple others I can't remember.
Sorry.
I just
It's
like
been a
stick
while.
my voluptuous, wolf loving hip out and say, "Do we look like we would know anything about that?"
Well, judging by the true sight spell that I cast before I came out here, yeah, you don't.
So what you're saying is I look like a fabulous goblin.
A sassy
Yes,
goblin.
What
yes,
I'm
you do.
hearing is
All right.
we came here for something. Got where we climb up and out.
Absolutely
I
not.
thought we were taking a rest before we started all of this anyway. So like a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit of
pretty good.
conversation isn't going to really hurt us.
No,
Have a
you
seat.
you mistake me. If anything, you guys are here to do a job. I'm going to, and
Damn
she
right.
immediately stands up. She finishes her drink like a champion, something that, like, even Krez is just like, that was a whole, like, half a keg that she had sitting next to her, and she just pounded it.
Helena's just sort of like moves between her and the door just in case.
Um,
But the door disappeared.
do you not
Okay.
want me to leave?
She's in here with us. Well, I mean,
I
we
want to
didn't
know
check.
why you wanted to know about the escaped slaves.
And she just kind of gives you a smile, and she says, "Oh, come now, Helena. I won't release your secrets."
know who we are. So I can make your head roll.
Exactly. That's why I'm telling you that I'm helping you. I've given you what you need. If you need to go, I won't hold you back.
What is your play in all this? What do you get out of it? Are you just simply a new breed of drow these days, wanting the good of uh, the nation and the world? Or do you just have some other spidery web you're making?
Well, if you ask my opinion, I believe that Lolth is behind the majority of all of this. I think that she's trying to pull a fast one and extend her reach from the abyss to here. And I don't think that that's the kind of God that I want to follow. And I want to be the herald of the ones that teach the drow that. So maybe we can erase this blemish on society that we've made. And
Are you the
maybe
mother
in
of this
time.
house?
What is this?
Are you the mother of this house? Braver?
I am the matron mother.
Oh, he'll give a little nod of his head in respect. I was not aware of who we were speaking with.
It is my intention to do away with the tenants and
I'm
do
sorry
away
for
with
having to
slaves.
slaughter your servants there.
We didn't
We
slaughter hers, we slaughtered someone else's.
as of now, Lorenzo Branson is a corrupt place. Men and
You
women
don't
acting
say.
upon men and women acting upon their own words and claiming it to be in the words of others, slaughtering over belief other than facts. And enough is
Dogs
enough.
sleeping together.
Helena holds out her hand and says, "Do I have your oath that you are on our side working to change things here?"
Uh,
Ooh, it's an oath.
Cats.
she like does like the forearm handshake, and she says, you have my word on not only me as a matron mother of this house, but on the drow as a whole.
Then we will help.
Yes.
I don't know why, but I believe it, guys. I don't know why.
All I
You
know
hate
is
the drow. Yeah.
snap, marching on.
At
Yeah.
this
I don't
We
wanna-
point,
need
I don't
to
wanna
make sure that our
sound-
little man,
I
our
don't
little
wanna
guy
sound
needs his
crazy.
rest.
But Chris
not
wants
that
to
level.
fight, and we ain't fighting shit. We're just here pulling on each other's dicks and calling it a good day.
No, you got like hot
I thought you were
tubs.
pulling on
We're dressed
your.
up like women, okay? There's no pulling.
You got like a training room, super luxurious beds that are like triple size comfy.
Helena's going to want to talk to the matron a bit more and find out what the plans are for Menzo Baranz and if things start to change. She wants to know more about what demons specifically were released, directions that they may have gone, if any are still in the area.
Just keep in mind we're short on time. These spells will wear off in 22 hours.
Right.
Or
I thought we were
whatever.
going to have like a long rest.
Sooner.
She only
Yeah,
needs
that's
4
what
hours.
he was.
So,
Right. Okay. But the rest of us,
So,
4
yeah, you
more
guys can go to
day.
bed.
Okay. Yeah, he's already like pulling out like a mattress and stuff and smoking a bowl. He's just like chilling, and then he'll go up to his spot.
Chris walks over and
Are we
steals
done?
part of his bowl.
Yeah. Yeah.
They share it.
And since
can-
she's a drow and I'm a shatter guy, we both
Chris has
only
no
like
idea that it's actually a
trancing.
drug. He just thinks it's tobacco.
That's
some good weed.
Gets the munchies halfway
It's
through.
called the Faded Breach
So hungry.
for a reason.
I ate half of his pantry in this mansion and then go.
Yeah. Sweet.
And so,
dreams.
yeah, Helena just finds out more information about her personal mission and like what she can do to help once all of this other stuff is taken care of. Probably, honestly, says that she will help track down the demons and like keep them safe.
While you're discussing this, you have a dragon who has taken up one of the large couches and is just like listening intently.
Helena's probably like casually petting the dragon while they talk.
You heard Snags order the dragon to remember everything and to report in the morning when he wakes up if he falls asleep.
So,
So she's
yeah.
note taking.
Miss
You
Helena,
can just call me
can I-
Helena.
yes, I felt that the most appropriate. You can just call me Quental. But
She just nods.
I must
Yeah.
ask, what will you do with Gromp's grimoire? Are you a
We need
wizard?
to I am not. But we needed to create something that will close the portal that has been opened.
What this thing possibly will do is drag all of them
Back
together
to
where they will
space.
duke it out
Well,
and they
hear
will
the
kill
Lord
each other. That was my understanding.
possibly.
Yeah, so Helena just basically kind of fills her in on what the idea is and why they need it.
Without mentioning
Because all
Vizard's
of
name.
these, yeah, obviously, she's just, and then goes on to talk about what will happen when all of the demons are collected in one place. Some will fight each other, but then others will just need to be killed or removed from this plane. So we're cleaning up the mess that is changing the Underdark, letting it go back to the way it should be.
I think with the carnage wrought from these heathenist demons, that the whole of the Underdark will never be the same.
No, it will be better.
And it is my hope that House Bainray does not go down in history as the ones that destroyed the world, if there even is a world afterward.
No, with your help, you could be one of the ones that help save it.
And this also means possible negotiations and diplomacy for the fated breach, and the houses that are against the slavery. You will have places, sanctums to go of like-minded people. Unless you end up being lying, and then you'll just end up dead. And then he goes back to sleep.
Well, you've definitely been through a lot, so where will you draw them to?
Someplace not terribly surrounded by people is the idea.
To be mentioned at a future date. But
I'm just thinking there's
we're
plenty
trying
of
to
places
help people.
in the Underdark that are filled with nothing.
Well, if you look around Menzoberranzan while you're here, you can already see that they've wrought destruction on our town and on our city as well. They say that the first one that came was known as Demogorgon. It climbed up through the Mistrift, they say.
Okay.
Then next was Yinogu. The whole of House Doradin is almost gone because of him. Nothing will ever be the same after this.
Just the two?
Well, houses come and go all the time, but
Not
That's kind
houses,
of their thing.
demons.
oh,
I'm sure they summon them all the time, but never on this magnitude and never in this permanence.
other than those two, I did not myself, nor anyone I know, witness the emergence of any others. The only one else that might know where they came from would be Gromf. But I have heard reports that they were not the only ones.
Do
Okay.
you love your brother?
Can you please tell me the situation with Gromp
Oh, yeah.
instead of alluding to it that I should already know, because obviously I don't know.
What do you mean?
What? You said he disappeared. That's it.
Yeah.
That he just disappeared. Did he talk
Uh,
to you about what he was doing before he did it?
Uh, here and there, but I didn't really think much about it.
And do you think he's dead?
He hasn't been seen since the event, so
That's not what I asked.
it's possible.
Do you think he is dead?
Yes. I think that he was torn apart in the process of the spell.
Okay. Is there any other information you can give us before we move through this, or help us in some way to get to without having to deal with all of these other people? Send us in a carriage, something like that.
Is she a high-level cleric? Is she a priestess?
She is a priestess. You can tell from her garb.
So yeah. Helena's just gonna be like, can you get us there tomorrow easily so that we don't have to go sneaking through the city?
Unfortunately, I cannot. As of right
Can
now,
you rent
the
us a
delicate
carriage?
situation of things. I can't guarantee that. But I can try.
Trying is better than nothing.
We are short on time.
All right. So I'll take my rest at some point.
After a long rest and the time we've spent, we probably got about 13 or 14 hours left of the seeming spell.
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta book it.
So yeah, anybody that took an 8-hour rest, they have 14 hours at that 8-hour mark. Everybody would be at that.
I have to wait for everybody anyway, so.
Can we slaughter shit today?
Is it possible
Alright.
while we're sleeping to
Captain.
send the assassins out? Or would that be too dangerous for them?
That's up to you.
Because they are here to make a distraction for us. They can't just like hide in my bag of holding. Did
Yeah,
the
they
seeming spell affect them as well?
he did not have enough for them, so essentially they've just been taking
Helena just
cover
holds
any
up
way
these
they
little
can.
shackles. With all these shackles and says, "This is an excellent way to hide them. In plain sight."
As long as they're not locked in there, they can use sleight of hand to make it look like they're kept shut.
Yep.
And they can keep their knives and stuff hidden under their slave garb.
Yeah, one of the assassins was like, "Yeah, that's how I actually snuck out of here." So that's perfect idea.
I'm sure Mother Quintel would have something for them to wear over their garb.
I mean, you know, the other ones were naked, paraded through the street.
It's to the variance of whoever is the owner. If they want them clothed to not look at their ugliness, or to have them naked to make them feel shame, it's probably on a whim from month to month.
Yeah, I have no clue. I
To
was
show
just
off their
saying.
whip marks and stuff. Yeah, they're vicious. Very, very mean. And I'm also keeping my eyes peeled for other, as we're traveling and stuff and doing things, looking for other like mushrooms or other plant life that is out of the way.
So you guys have taken your rest now.
Hmm.
It is after a long rest, so go ahead and update your sheets with that. And while you're doing that, go ahead and give yourself 2,000 experience points for gaining the support of Quenthel Bainray.
Okay.
What about last XP? I don't think he gave us last sessions.
No, he
There was one.
manually updated.
Gotcha.
This thing on?
Still doing my hit? Are you still doing my
Plus
XPs for me, or
2,000 then?
I
Yeah, I'm
am.
still doing it.
Go ahead and do it. Okay.
Okay.
I almost forgot how to do it.
Ba-da,
So we're at 159.
ba-da, ba-da,
Oh
ba-da.
yeah.
Now we got this for doing what again? For getting in there?
We're getting
Just for
somebody on our
making friends
side.
with her. The one that I was talking to at the end. to keep me
Helena
from
made
Not
us a
getting-
totally
friend.
spoiling his plans.
Sometimes I'm useful. Sometimes.
I want
Okay.
to break free.
So you wake up the
Hmm.
next morning with a knock at your door, Snags, at the door to the mansion.
It would be invisible, but my servants would probably be able to tell me when somebody's nearby.
Well, okay, so in that
Head to the-
case,
Head there and look through it. Who is it?
it is. God damn it! I just had her name, Quenthel.
Who is it?
Pickles.
She came back.
Okay, let her in.
Chicken jockey.
I was using my feminine drow voice. Sort of cracky from no coffee.
Hello. You said you wanted a carriage.
Yeah, if possible.
Just
Don't they just have like slave carried carriages?
I could
That's a
not get
gondola.
one. I could
That
not
is a
get one for
gondola.
you separately, as it seems that the other slaves that power the other cart are gone. Which God bless their souls.
Darn. I wonder how that could have possibly happened.
Yes, it's odd,
What are
but
we doing? What are we doing then?
I have a cart I was planning to take this morning to the bazaar myself. It would be guarded, and you're free to ride with me. It may not be
Excellent.
directly to your destination, but it'll at least get you close.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is much closer. Thank you.
Oh, I want to see you succeed, so I will help in any way I can.
Those pages that she gave us, was that a password for each of us to get in, Sorcerer?
It's essentially like, how do I see it? So you know the concept of those Amazon stores where like you walk in, you grab your shit, and then it just kind of like knows what you grabbed and it charges your account accordingly?
No, that sounds very
I have
space agey.
no idea.
I've
Well, they
seen
have
those.
those. They have stores like that in Japan where apparently you can like scan your debit card or whatever payment card you have, and then it just motion capture tracks what you've grabbed off the shelf, and then you leave, and then maybe like 5 minutes later it'll be like, oh, you had this, 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 and this, sends you an email of your receipt and how much it charged you.
Now did a skit on that.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, the the guy who was playing the black guy is like, wait a minute, you telling me I can just grab anything and walk out and nobody's gonna arrest me?
Well, if you
To make
it makes sense because I guess in Japan they have like an honor system thing where they like trust is a big thing with them, and most people are just expected to do the right thing, and they do.
Yeah, you can't do that here in the United States.
I mean, you can.
Land of the free, I'm gonna steal your shit. I'm just kidding. So Quenthel says the carriage awaits if you're ready to leave.
Is there anything else that we need to do to prep?
Mm.
Was the simulacrum able to be seamed? If not, then she'll be
Simulacrum's a red dragon. Can't they change shape?
Yeah, but she changes into like a human girl or something like that.
She changes into a drow.
You can do that?
I can change into anything I've seen.
Oh my god, we need to have a conversation later.
I was like, I'm pretty sure. What
What else can you do?
She gets
Tell me the
quizzed the
mysteries.
entire carriage ride.
Tell me the
I can
mysteries.
do this, and she transforms into Helena.
What?
Do you think this is funny?
Even Helena
Nice.
kind of
Yeah.
laughs at that one. She was like, that was actually quite funny. Well done.
Yes, it was quite funny, wasn't it?
Um, and then,
Right.
so yeah, we're headed in.
Yeah, so essentially, I'm just going to kind of... Where's my mouse? There it is. I'm going to use a pink marker, and I will trace the path that you guys take. That is not big enough. Holy shit.
You were like,
That's not big enough either. Motherfucker.
I can kind of see
Yeah, that's
it.
fine.
There we go. So essentially,
I
you're
was
like
just looking out the window and watching.
you guys are just like Oregon trailing it around while essentially a guided tour is given to you on the districts, because I think a couple of you it's your first time here.
Yeah.
You look over to your
Just
right.
background on the side.
They describe it as what's known as the Dona Garden. Essentially a lot of their farmland and things like that. They used to honor their heroes in the lake, where they would cast them into the lake dressed in full regalia and weighed down with stone spars. And it was like a kind of like a challenge that would prove their strength and leadership if they could work their self back to the surface and not drown.
Ingenious.
The drown.
And by what you can tell from the information you were given before, Helena, this looks untouched by the rampage of the demon lords that did emerge here. But you can all see that the guard regiment that has been placed here is very substantial. Like, per every farmer and slave, there's probably like 3 more drow elite warriors.
Okay.
Are there any large trees visible in the farmland here, or
Not
set
in this. Oh, oops, that's not my pen. Either way,
amateur?
not in that particular area, but like over here, there are some massive, massive trees.
Okay.
And continuing on, so this they kind of describe Eastmire as kind of like a buffer between the wealthy district of Duthcloim and the not so wealthy district of the Brayren.
Rich
And
bastards.
home to common merchants, tradesfolks, mercenaries, crafters, anybody really trying to make their way up the social ladder or really fuck up somebody else's day for financially wise, i.e. thieves. And on one of
Down in
these
the
big
cliff
buildings,
What's
I'm
the
sorry.
claw rift?
Claw Rift. The Rift. So, what they talk about there, they say that some people believe that the mischief was not actually where Demogorgon emerged, as Claw Rift has already been rumored for many, many years to extend all the way into the abyss itself.
Wow.
And you can see clear evidence of claw marks extending from out of this pit that kind of confirms that.
Dang.
And Quenthel kind of informs you that the entirety of Claw Rift used to be the home of a very powerful family in the past known as House Ablodra, and that they were wiped out personally by Lulf over 100 years ago during the quote-unquote time of troubles.
Trouble. Remember that.
Was that the house that was using psionics and pretending to be priestesses?
That is.
Nice. I read that book. It's a good book.
Moving onward, this is about maybe 10 minutes into your trip. You hear a very loud, almost like a clock, but instead of it sounding metallic, it almost sounds like resonating stone. And you see here at this, as it's pointed out by Quenthel as the Narbundel, that this is essentially like the clock of Menzoberranzan. There's a large fiery ring that surrounds this large pillar that extends all the way to the ceiling. And essentially, this giant ring, as it falls to the ground, it dictates what time of day it is. And as of right now, it's about a little bit under halfway. So you can kind of assume that's how much time you have left on your seaming.
Okay, so that's like watching a ball dropping.
Essentially.
Yeah.
She informs that it is actually Gromp's duty to light that every day. But since his disappearance, other wizards have had to step in to do it for him, which is kind of shameful on House Bainray. Any questions? Quintel says. I love talking about my town.
Shame they don't have snags to warm.
Yep. Or
I just keep getting Benray and Brayrin mixed up in my head.
Sounds
That's
about
all
right.
He says.
Damn you, writer, for making the names too damn close.
I
God.
know what we're doing, so that's that's half the battle.
And eventually, after about 25 minutes, you end up in the bazaar. It's a 750-foot wide circle of bare bedrock, crowded, untidy labyrinth of stalls, many of which were flattened or torn by the attack of Demogorgon. The merchants who survived look like they're slowly trying to rebuild this place, but it doesn't look like a lot of business is happening.
Pretty sure you meant Deba Bloomin'.
I might be wrong, but
T-
spelling's
That
never
tells
been
me
my...
is that there's probably going to be some really good bargains. If they're not getting a lot of customers, the prices are going to go down.
I'll buy your entire market for 1,000 gold.
Unless they have true seeing and they can see through our shoddy disguises.
Essentially,
Oh, I'm not shocked. I want to continue. Slaughter people.
Yeah, me too.
like there are a numerous
stop by
amount
the
of...
gift shop.
There's a numerous amount of drow moving about, doing their things. A couple of them on riding lizards as they move. There are some drow patrols here that are kind of moving about, keeping the peace. But for the most of it, it is drow and their slaves.
As it should be.
And I will be right back. I'm going to take a 10-minute break to go pee.
Are you continuing on to 11?
Yes. We'll go one more hour.
Back in a
Nice.
moment.
So what do you think of the fact that the dragon can turn into an exact replica of you? Of all of us.
Sounds pretty accurate.
That's pretty badass.
Nice.
$16d6 fire breath weapon, and a 30-foot cone.
Oh yeah, no, they're pretty insane.
Yep, I'll bear it back. I'm back, but I'm gonna eat some food. I'll beat myself.
You're good.
So how do you guys feel about being in Menzoberranzan, right in the dead center of it?
Sucks.
It's one of those.
I haven't slaughtered anything yet, and they need to die.
Helena literally just made a promise to come back and help. That's what I'm looking for. Reset and make sure that it's safe.
I don't know if it'll ever be safe.
But you
Since
know what I
such a
mean.
long
Like she's come back to help.
history. Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Hi. Hi. I heard you were being a bad cat. Were you being a bad cat while I was at work? Causing a ruckus, being a jerk face. Come here.
Is that what Abel said?
Yeah.
Hypothetical question here for everybody. Win $1 million, but you have to consume by yourself $1,000 worth of McDonald's food in 36 hours. Can you do it?
Why?
That's
I
not
don't
as much
care
as
about
you'd think.
All
I
right,
don't care about
I'm going to
money.
break it down for you, though. Break it down for you real quick. Right? The double quarter pounder with cheese, $9.39. So $10 we'll round it to, right? Means it's 10.
100 of them.
Yeah, it's 100 of them that you have to eat in 36 hours.
So you have to eat 103 days.
No, you have to eat 100 hamburgers in 36 hours to win $1 million.
So 24 is a day. I don't know if
You
I
have a day
could.
and a half. You have a day and a half to consume $1,000 worth of McDonald's food.
You'd
I
probably
don't know
go
if I
back and
could.
forth between
I mean, I can
diarrhea
eat.
and
I ate
constipation.
$30 worth of it in like half an hour the other day. So I mean,
Right.
actually,
But you were full from that, right?
I was so full.
Right. You have to consume
Yeah, but the thing is, like McDonald's, just
$1,000.
like everything else, you get hungry again after like 30 minutes
So,
because it's just junk.
okay, but you have to consume $1,000 within 36 hours. That's 100
Dude,
double
here's
quarter
the thing.
pounders.
For $1 million, I would give it a shot. Like, $1 million would solve so many of my problems.
$1 million would solve a
That's so
lot of
true.
everyone's problems in this chat room.
Yeah, so I'm like, I would give it the college try.
But the problem of it is, though, right? If you
300,000.
fail, you lost all the money you
Uh,
spent.
yes, but then I've also been eating a lot, so I'd be
Yeah,
full at least.
yeah, you're talking about like one of those professional eaters, the guys who like eat like 1,000 hot dogs in one sitting or
No,
something
we're
like
not
that.
counting them. This is just
Yeah.
the room that we're in right now with the people we have. Not a professional eater, just us. I personally know I couldn't do it.
If you said tacos, that's all you had to say. But McDonald's, nasty.
Oh, yeah, I could fuck up tasty tacos for a long time.
So,
Oh,
so
yeah.
a lot easier with Taco Bell though, right? Because like their tacos now are like $6 a supreme taco. That's a lot easier, and they're smaller.
Oh shit! I forget that tasty tacos isn't a thing in anywhere but Iowa.
I'm like, I was sitting here like, all right, I'm assuming that's something that makes sense to him, but I have no idea what that is.
Yeah.
I make some dang tasty.
Actually took out Heiko, on the menu. You can't get a freaking meat burrito, right? But you can go on the app and build your own burrito, right? And you can go in there and just make a meat burrito if you're just mainly like sauce and meat and stuff like that, and then go and buy it. Pick it up at the store. But you can't do it at the store. I can't figure out why that stupid rule is.
So here's the reason behind why you can't do it at the store versus why you can do it on the app. Right? So in the store, all of the registers are pre-programmed 100% to be exactly the same. They can only exactly from the menu. Where the app gives you customized.
Okay, that makes sense then.
It's software based. It has nothing to do with like what the menu can offer. It's software based where like you can only deduct or add things. So like you can go get like beef burrito, but you have to pick like the beefy 5-layer burrito, and then just tell them to hold the cheese, hold the. You're still gonna pay the cost of 5-layer burrito because the internal software doesn't do it. Whereas like when you order it on the app, they just get a printout that says this with these things.
Oh, I went ahead and ordered a whole bunch of food, right? Then I get over there, and the app rejected my card, but it didn't freaking let me notified. So I get over there, I'm trying to pick up an order that doesn't exist.
Yep.
Right? I was like, my freaking name, this and that. I ordered about $30-something worth of food. Oh, we're not set up for the app. I'm like, what the fuck? Then why advertise the app on your freaking promotion boards outside? You know?
Required by corporate.
Hey, like, where did my order go then?
So
Yeah, I had to go back into the app to find out if I got charged for that shit or not.
So that's
Got sent to the wrong location.
Right? Like so, no Taco Bell that you go to is owned by Taco Bell. They're franchises, the same way McDonald's is. Right?
You could own one if you wanted.
Yeah. So the situation there though is like when you pay for the franchising license, you have to advertise what the franchise offers, regardless whether or not your location can handle that or not. It says put this up or get charged a fine.
I used to work at McDonald's. It was exactly a half an hour to closing, right? The freaking manager kept on still taking orders through the freaking drive-through, which was pissing me off, right? And yeah,
That's
we're
what you're
about to.
supposed to.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was I call it Super Bowl night.
Yep, I would have shot him.
Oh, so you wanted to leave. That's why you were mad.
Yeah.
Not because
And
he was doing the job.
Yeah, I'm the master cleaner. I'm the guy who gets everything freaking cleaned and everything, right? I like automatically I'm freaking wired like that. I close up the shop like freaking clean it up in like minutes, right? This guy pulls up to the to the window, 100 McDoubles.
Yeah.
Right? I was like, oh, that's bullshit. That shit came across my screen. I had just finished off the fucking grill, cleaning up the grill. I was like, nah, that's not right. Hey, you guys got 100 fucking McGriddles on the fucking McDoubles on the damn screen. It's like, yeah, they just ordered it. I'm like, you better get the money first. That's bullshit. Get the money first, right? Because I thought it was a gag. Right?
Yeah,
They
that's one of
got
those.
the
You
egg.
get the money and then you pull them around and then you fill it back in.
Yeah. I said, like, holy shit, they got the money. I'm like, motherfucker. I had to freaking restart the grills again and freaking whip out those hamburgers I just put back in the freezer. Oh, man, I was burnt that day.
That's a creepy image, Nick.
Understood.
Did you really think about the decision there?
You're welcome.
Anyway, continue on, Nick.
I've got your attention. Thank you.
Had my attention 10 minutes ago, but you went to the bathroom.
Okay, my bad. So, you have all arrived in the bazaar.
Wait,
Quinthel,
I do have a quick question because I might not have remembered it. Since we took a carriage, did it still take the 12 hours to get to this point? It only take 4 since we went on carriage.
it took you 25 minutes. It would have took you
Nice.
30 on foot.
Wait a second, you said it was a half a day's travel.
On foot.
So how does 30
Travel
minutes
through a
translate
town?
into 45 minutes?
Wait,
He's
hold
bad
on.
at math.
I'm very bad at math.
Clearly.
Crap.
It would have took you 4 hours to walk there on foot.
That makes
With
more
slave
sense.
power, it took you 25 minutes to get 3/4 of the way.
Cool.
Typically, the people on
Hours.
slave carriers are rich and powerful, so people get out of the way or they get trampled. But
That is
people that are on
exactly
foot-
true. There was like 70 slaves pulling you. They all looked like they were essentially like this is their duty. So they're just they're sled pullers at this point. So they're pretty good at it. Yeah, and people are just getting out of the way of you as you move.
If one of them breaks a leg, is there a spare slave in the back?
There are not.
Probably take them away and
Alright,
sacrifice.
So
them.
we're continuing on
Yeah,
to says
pull him
Clark.
out.
Yeah, if you guys don't want to do anything in the bazaar, you guys are just here. You guys are
We're on an
With
objective.
control.
We're sending
Time.
demons home. If anybody wants to fucking shop, they should have done it 2 sessions ago when we were shopping.
Indeed.
You
Nope,
gotta
I was
get a
just gonna get
postcard
out.
from here, okay?
Plus,
Bullshit.
anything
You
that's
freaking-
brow made is going to just disappear as soon as it sees sunlight. So let's just continue on to where we.
100% true.
Yeah, but I got a meme for you.
So yeah, we're moving on.
Yeah, we're moving on. This
gotta
is
get
this,
some-
this is directly directed to Hab about getting a.
Yeah, get a postcard or at least a refrigerator magnet.
Oh, we're fucking fighting a giant spider. He gave it away. Fighting this shit.
I'm not fighting
Well,
a
it's not
giant.
like we haven't fought a giant spider before.
Giant spider and cut its limbs off for dinner. Like tasty spider. Want some spider?
How
for
did we get here?
dinner.
Is this part of the bazaar, or did we get dropped off?
You guys moved on towards Tierbresh, approaching Sorcerer, right? Or what are you
Yes.
guys doing?
Yes.
That's exactly what we're fucking
Yeah.
Did
doing.
it disappear?
Okay.
Where'd the map go?
He put a new map up.
Okay,
Scroll out.
it's gigantic.
Yeah,
Heard.
it is.
Get smaller.
Reason my
Get
freaking
bent.
map, my map went from map to freaking one of those little ATV Ranger sales.
Just refresh.
So we're gonna do some pretending really quick.
Yay, pretending.
Mhm.
Not in D&D. You can't pretend in D&D.
I'm gonna be a hot drow.
Butterfly in the
A hot
sky.
drow. Okay, so
Just for funsies, Helena turns into a dude.
I give the dude Helena a reach around.
Helena just fucking
what the
elbows
fuck?
you in the face. What the fuck?
hey, it's okay. You get a reach around. It's worth it.
So I'm gonna put this person here because they also came with you.
Is that Timmy, the Toolman Taylor?
Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, how would you like to play a campaign of that? Everybody is Tim the Toolman Taylor.
Nope, I'd be Al.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Mm,
But in that sense, I'd be smarter than Tim.
yes.
MacGyver. I would rather have MacGyver.
I feel like he has an intelligence of like 6, but
Does that mean I like wait? What about we all just play like a television character, and I could do like Leslie Nope. That would be super fun
I'd be Hank Hill.
for me.
Damn it,
I want to
For me
be
specifically.
whoever Chris Pratt plays in that show, so then I can say I have hot snakes.
That's fun, but we should make it like a SNL thing, so we have to play like retarded or
Living in
crazy
a
ass
van down by the river.
Okay,
I get
So-
to play Tina Fey playing Sarah Palin.
what about
Play.
Sarah Palin playing Tina Fey playing Sarah Palin?
I'll
Damn.
play Dave
She would-
Chappelle as a woman drow.
Sorry, we got a big fight coming. Yeah,
Sorry.
can we
yeah.
fight some shit?
So you guys have moved on past
We've
the
got an
bazaar,
hour.
a little bit of the outskirts of that, past some residences, getting a full glimpse of the beauty before you. Grin says, "Here we are, Tier Bresh. The pyramid is where we train all of our warriors. This giant spider building is where all of our priestesses are instructed. And then, of course, Sorcerer, the wizard college.
We're going to Sorcerer. Duh.
Yes. But these," and he points to these obvious spider statues.
The ones that are
Yeah, they're spiders.
eagles.
The eagles are
Gotcha.
spider statues. Yes, yes, yes. I
Gotcha,
understand.
gotcha.
Yes. He says those are new.
Those are new.
No, how
Hey,
no?
guys, y'all want to kill some spiders?
Hmm.
How much do y'all
we-
dislike me today?
If we set them
They're
off,
sta-
it'll set off
They're
an alarm.
statues, though, right? They're not moving.
It'll set off an alarm,
Hab.
which will bring
Hab.
more and give us away.
Hab.
Cast detect magic.
Damn it, Snacks! I want to kill something.
I will also note that these
Still might be able to.
statues are entirely made of jade.
Money.
Jade spiders.
Money.
Helena just has her sword out and is waiting for everybody to do what they need to do to figure out what we're doing next.
Snags is detecting magic. I'll let Snags do his thing.
That's what she's
Do
just
they
waiting.
look like golems?
Yes, they do.
Can you dispel them?
Very possibly.
Dispel golems. We can't dispel golems.
It's a
We have
magic
a pass-
entity. Yes, you can.
We have a passcode to get
Not an
in,
entity.
but if these are new, that might not work.
I'm saying you could dispel a freaking warforge.
I might be able to dispel them. It may not be permanent, but it may last long enough for us to bypass them.
So
But I don't
Dormant.
know what high enough tier of spell I would have to waste to do that. So it might be better if you just smash it and we hurry in.
you want? Oh, you saying smash?
I'm looking at Helena
Hey.
and shrugs.
Snags, do you want to save yours? 'Cause if you don't want to use one, I
It
will
looked
run
like
at that
some-
thing swords blazing. Don't worry, I got you.
Why
Wanna do
don't
the
we just
opposite.
be ready to smash things, but we try and
Do
just
they-
go past it quietly first?
Elena?
Yeah, let's just walk up.
Oh shit!
I understand that you want to smash things, but
No,
let's
no, no,
get
no.
past it first.
When am I never ready to smash things?
It's
You're
like
always ready to
bringing the
smash.
Hulk to a freaking
Exactly.
China
So-
factory.
I'm good.
We're just going to just quietly start forward.
I will run right behind you. Wait, I grabbed the wrong person. I'm right behind you, and Ulin's right behind me.
Did they move?
Yes. As soon as you started to step up, they block your path.
Excellent. I will Blessing of the Raven Queen to here.
Okay. Roll initiative.
Each of these
Yes.
blocks of 5 feet.
Yes.
Give everybody else the chance to move
Well,
when I
Helena,
move
you
before we.
moved too far to where I don't get the bonus, but I got a 21 on Krez. And
What is it? Plus 10 now? Fucking something
9
stupid.
plus.
Because it went up, guys, just so you know.
Yeah, but you're too far from us now.
I know. So plus
You
5.
guys
So
see
that's
the
a
dragon look like she's about
22.
to vomit fire.
Nice.
So, as I said, 21 on Krez and a 17 on Ul.
Initiative.
I just put my foot up a spider's ass. Plus, they're all made of jade, so we
22.
shatter them. We just throw all the jade into Helena's bag of holding, and we just got gold.
I got 22.
Kitty. I gotta go. Oh, never mind.
Mm-mm-mm.
Okay.
Spider.
So
And
just so you
the
know,
little
Krez,
assassins are with us, right?
they're somewhere.
They're not directly with us, no.
Can I just let you take care of them?
Yeah.
Perfect. That was my intent all along. In fact, they could even like go and start doing distractions and stuff elsewhere if they want. They can go start freeing slaves or whatever they want. I told them that I leave it up to them.
I know. I have something planned.
They all die in a fireball from hell.
No,
Yeah,
they're
do you
all
want my
looting the
simulacrum to
shops.
go? Does my simulacrum go on its own?
I'm gonna say yeah.
Like that.
So I was here. So I would actually be one set of squares closer. So here.
So you know Ulan has advantage on his
Yeah, I rolled with advantage on it.
Oh, okay.
He
I'm
rolled
sorry.
a
I
1
didn't
and a
know the
9,
custom.
and he has a plus
Okay.
8. So the 9 plus 8 is 17 on his initiative.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I rolled it with advantage.
So
Okay,
the
I was just making
simulacrum
sure because
obeys-
I didn't see there was a
goes on
custom
my
roll.
turn.
Yeah, I have to roll it on mine because I have access to.
Right. I have his pulled up too. If you ever want me to just make the rolls.
No, I'll roll it. You already do enough as a.
I mean, after what I learned today, not much. She
What did Helena do? Fucking fly? She's like,
has
Yeah.
Blessing of the Raven Queen.
She wasted one.
yeah.
I have so many. It's fine.
Okay.
We're
So,
good. Which
first
reminds me, I
thing,
need to actually mark that off before I go any further.
Knags.
Snags just snaps his fingers and says, "Burn them."
How does Snags beat me?
I rolled a 19.
He rolled well.
19 plus what?
4.
Damn, you lucky bastard. Sorry. Continue.
So he's a 23, and Helena is also a 23, but his dex is higher, I guess.
It's a burden. So
Yeah.
dragon fire. That is dexterity saving throw DC 17.
Oh, so you're just commanding Dragon Akram.
Yeah, I just say it goes on my turn, and it doesn't
Okay,
specify
and
when.
Dex save. God, they have horrible decks.
They're fucking jade statues. What do you
17.
expect them to be? Nimble?
Yes, I expect them to be quick.
Jade be nimble. Jade be quick. There we go.
Cucumber candlestick.
Well, actually, Jack just got lit up like a candlestick because they both just failed.
Exactly. Nice. They melt them.
That's 53 fire damage.
They're melted.
But I
Good
mean,
God, that's a lot.
they're jade.
Yeah,
so
they don't
probably
fuck around.
resistant but
So yeah, the fire licks off of the surface of the jade, and you start to see the jade start to crack and expand under the heat. But they've taken some damage, but they're still up. They look like they're about to go and deal with a trespassing Helena.
about to pay the
Okay.
price for it.
Yep, I climb up the wing up on top of the red dragon, and we launch into the air 20
Okay.
or 30 feet. And Snags is just going to. They've been wounded, so he's going to do a Toll the Dead on them and see if he can't increase some of the cracks on them with the gong.
Okay.
Oh, the dead, sir. I haven't heard.
Toll the
DC
Dead is fun.
20 Wisdom save.
Is it on both of them or just one?
It's just one.
Which
To
one?
Spider
the black
A.
side, the one on the left.
Okay. That's a wisdom save, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep, that's a fail with a 9.
Then it takes an additional
Dong.
16 necrotic damage,
One
Okay.
day, I will get a
increasing the fissures and the little cracks and stuff. And nobody is hurting yet, so he is just going to be done.
Okie doke. Next up, Hab Waters.
Things like about 7 blocks. Excuse me, 7 squares
Wait a
away from
second.
me. So that
Helena has a 23 because she has a +5 to the 17, so she's 20.
So she'd have a 22.
Yeah,
17
sorry,
plus 5.
22. 17
Yeah.
plus 5 is 22.
Okay. So
what?
then
Here?
I just wanted to make
Uh,
sure that we were in the right spot.
wanted to go before me.
Sorry.
Rude.
She's
I'll
getting
go
into the
afterwards and
woman,
let you
No,
guys
I'm
do
good.
the thing.
I
powerful
don't care.
woman.
Being a dick.
okay, so I'll have Hab go, then Helena, then Krez. Is that cool?
Go. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, Hab Waters.
Right. At full movement. Right. That would be 6 blocks. That would put me right in front of Jade Spider A.
If I could interject, you could
Yeah.
use your flying apparatus because I believe it has a farther move
60.
speed, so you could just move right up to it and do your thing.
All right. So the apparatus does go further than I do. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was like went up to 40 or something.
I
Right,
think it's
okay.
50
It's
more.
60.
60.
All right. So I move here
Okay.
because I don't know if somebody's gonna freaking slap me with slap another cone of fire or something like that. So I'm taking a flank.
Okay.
I don't know that.
Okay. So how do I stop this from moving? Okay. And I still make an attack, right?
Yes.
Okay. One attack or like my full attacks?
You get 3 attacks per turn.
Yes, correct.
So yeah, roll them up.
Okay. All right. Now this is gonna be no. I know these things are made out of freaking jade, and probably a sword is probably not gonna do much for them, right? But I'm gonna go anyway. All right. It's a 15. That's probably a miss.
15. Yeah, that's a miss.
Second attack. Oh, that's critical hit.
Natural 20.
Yes. Total
There you go.
29.
Okay.
Okay. How do I handle a critical?
So don't roll the crit damage that it's already trying to make you roll. Just roll it normally.
That is a total of 18.
I think it already did it with the crit damage.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to turn one of those 6s into an 8. So that's 20 damage.
That's my oh man, what the fuck? The fire damage.
Yep, that's going to be doubled as well.
Okay, so that's a total of 6 doubled by 12.
So that's 18 plus 20. That's 38.
Okay, that was my second attack. That was it. Okay. Now for my last attack. 22.
That hits.
Excuse me, 8 with the sword plus 6, that's a 14 total.
Okay.
All right, and that's all my attacks right there.
So yeah, you're slashing away at this thing. You get one good hit in like an expanded crack. That does a decent amount of damage. You chip off a good chunk of it. But this thing is solid. It is very hard to make a premise.
I didn't think I didn't think sharp weapons were gonna freaking work, or piercing or slashing weapons is probably immune to it. But continue.
And if that will be all,
That is it.
Helena would be up next.
All right. Since the other two boys are there, I'm going to move here to make it easier for them to flank. Dunk, dunk, dunk. And I'm going to attack B.
Okay.
Let's see here. Attack. 19 to hit.
19 hits.
All right. We got these. Oh, that's terrible. Plus 2 more d4. 2d4 radiant. So that's that so far. We've got 6 plus 3 radiant plus another. What is it? D8. Just playing too many with the freaking. Where is it? Okay, 1d8 automatically. Oh, nice. So 6 plus 3 is 9 plus 8 is 17. And then we'll dump a second level Divine Smite, which is 4d8. Plus another 18. And that's the first hit. Second hit will be a 21 to hit.
21's going to hit.
It's going to be 6 plus 2 more plus 1d8. So 15, 16. And then we'll take a bonus action and do a Thunderous Smite.
Okay.
And so I'm going to need a DC 19 strength save.
All right. It looks like they passed that.
Okay, so if you succeed, they will be. They don't get pushed, but they still take the thunder damage, which if I can get to it, would love that. Thank you. Which is going to be 7 thunder damage. Shake.
Okay.
So I don't know what that was because they disappeared.
All right. Yeah, with the thunderous clap of the electricity, a little bit more jade gets chipped off of this one.
6.
Still pretty
9,
intact, but it's starting to look worn
17.
down.
17 plus 30. I believe that will be the end of my turn.
Okay. Krez?
I'm going into a rage. Stepping up right here. Next to Spider B. Going to swing at it. Reckless, but forgo the advantage to roll naturally.
You know you have
Okay.
advantage because we're flanking.
It doesn't matter though. If in order for me to get my brutal stuff, I have to reckless.
Okay.
28 to hit.
Get
28's going to hit for sure.
Wonderful. So that's gonna 19 points of damage plus 7, 26 points of damage, and it's gonna get staggering blow. So its next saving throw is disadvantage.
Okay. I'll mark that with a circle.
Second swing, which it didn't roll with advantage. 24 to hit
Yep, that'll hit.
for an additional 12 points of damage on that.
Okay.
But it also has disadvantage on its next attack roll.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So not only does it get disadvantage on its next saving throw, attack roll.
Okay.
We gotta love
So I'll say
the longsword shit.
okay. Yeah, it
I'm
is
sorry,
pretty cool.
Never mind. It does not have disadvantage. I'm wrong. I have a great sword, not a long sword, so I don't. That disadvantage on the attack roll does not exist, but disadvantage on the
Okay.
saving throw does.
Okay.
Okay, my bad.
And would that be all for your turn?
That'll be it for me.
Okie doke. Next up is going to be
Olin. Zug zug. Walk. I'll come in over here and get counter flanking with Hab Waters to get advantage on my next attack rolls. We're gonna swing at it with a long sword.
that is actually going to be the goblins.
Oh, it's the goblin's turn. Okay, let me move.
Yeah, they
Sneaky
happen
buggers.
to have been following you underneath the cart. They waited until the time was right, snuck up over on the cliffs. They are painted to look really closely to the rocks, and they're all going to start taking shots at all these spiders.
Since they're assassins,
Correct.
oh,
Yes. All right. So I have modded these a little bit to just have a sneak attack like a rogue would. And I'm going to roll 5d20s. For the first group on the left, they're all going to attack Spider A. Fuck, I should have did that with advantage.
I don't think so.
They're hidden.
You can just roll it again.
I am. Yeah. Looks like they all hit. So it's going to be
1 million
5d6
damage.
plus 10. So that's 30 piercing damage. And I'm going to roll. Good God.
So
I'll get
much.
Sneak attack at this. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a 71 damage raining down on Spider A as just arrows from everywhere start raining down.
Y'all remember that underwear?
Mm-hmm.
We'll fight in the shade.
When with the Vikings, they landed at freaking strange island, and one of them tries to walk into the brush, and like 1,500 arrows hit him.
Oh, oops, that's not what I wanted.
Oh, bloodied.
Just that one. And then the other 4 on this side are going to make attacks.
Natural
I see a
20.
crit.
One of them crit, and the rest of them missed. So
Did they have advantage as well?
they
Oh, they have
did.
advantage.
Nice.
All right.
Hey, what's
so
their
that's
plus to hit?
not enough to make any
lot.
of them hit.
But there's a 16
Really?
in there.
That's the one that got the crit.
Ow.
And count them in 2 groups. 7 and 12 is 1 roll. 16 and 20 is 2.
Okay,
4 and
okay,
8
there
is
we go.
3.
Don't need to explain.
Yeah.
I get it. I thought
That's
you were
all right.
doing, but I get it. My bad.
We appreciate him, but we didn't really need him for this battle, so I'll send him
Yeah,
off.
I'll take whatever we
after
get.
this. Yeah.
It's the scene I'm talking about.
But that is a lot of damage.
It is a lot of damage.
So just the one gets a decent shot on B. Chips off a huge chunk of jade. And at that point they say, "We did our
Excuse
job.
me.
Time to go do something else."
Place.
Nice, I like it. They
And
come
then
in,
they
fire off a
immediately
crossbow, hell out of dodge.
they immediately run off into town to cause chaos in other places.
I like it.
Go
Have fun.
loot the fucking market.
I can
We
respect
got
that.
looters downtown market right now.
And now it is Ulin's turn.
Ulin. All right. Coming up here, swing at Spider A. I'm gonna do them one at a time because it looks like it's already bloodied.
Yeah.
All right, we get a natural 20,
Good God.
so it's
Yeah.
immediately
It's
8
not
damage.
Ulin unless he doesn't crit immediately.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Come on.
1d8, so it's 8 damage plus 4 plus 5, so 9, 17 damage on the
17?
first swing
Okay.
on A.
All right.
Still standing.
Yes.
Nice. Second swing, we're getting a 20 or 18 plus 10, so 28 to hit.
Yep.
1d8 plus 5, and that's 9 points of damage on that.
All right.
Different on my
It's still standing,
Still up?
swinging on it again. Still standing?
Yep.
All right, that is going to be 18 to hit.
That is gonna hit.
Wonderful. 1d9
So they're all standing right in front of the stairs.
damage
Yeah.
on that swing. And it's still alive.
It is still alive.
Ooh, it's going
Sweep
to
the
action
leg.
surge
Sweep the leg.
for a 21 to hit.
Yeah, it's gonna hit.
That's going to be 8 points of damage.
And it is still up. You're taking good chunks out of it.
27 to hit
Yeah.
for 10 points of damage.
Okay.
And its last swing, we've got a 19 to hit.
That's gonna do it too.
Now we're going to savage attacker that one. And that'll be another 9 points of damage.
Okay.
And that'll end Ulin's turn.
Yeah, already did
Right.
yet.
The fact that it was
So-
bloodied and still standing after 6 attacks from Ulin, these guys got some meat.
Grin
I'll
From their
grab
pouch.
him next time.
pulls out a spell scroll, starts casting it. And you see an icy spike appear in their hand, and they huck it at Spider A. And they absolutely miss.
You piece of shit!
It goes sailing past and lands probably somewhere around here,
You
and then
tried.
explodes.
I see him doing that. Can I? I don't think I have anything for that. Never mind.
It was a natural one.
It bounces off the creature and comes back at them.
You're on your own, Grin.
And they're going to take steps this way, kind of try and move this way up and towards Sorcerer. Okay, time for the spiders. This one, A, is going to make 2 slam attacks, 1 on each of you. First one I'll do on Hab. It's gonna miss with a 12. Goes to try and smack you down with one of its many legs, and you are just a little too quick. It's kind of unwieldy above you. It's hard to get a hit. Second one on Ulan's going to be a 17.
Oh.
Yeah, he just he makes connection with the pincer or the leg and just kind of bats it away with the sword. Spider B is going to kind of whip its body around at Krez, and these jade eyes just start to swirl with a reddish light. And I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
And you are within 10 feet of me, right?
That ain't gonna matter. I
Ish.
got even within 10. Got a 7. 10
It's a
17.
+6, yeah.
6, so it's 13.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Okay.
So, you cannot use reactions. Your speed is halved, and it can't make more than 1 attack a turn. In addition, the target can either take an action or bonus action on its turn, not both. As you feel the effects of this, you start to feel like the world around you is moving a lot faster than you are. And you think, with your low intelligence, did he just speed up the world?
Wait, what's the effect?
Slow, essentially.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Okay, so that's what it's going to do with its turn there.
That was a really cool way of describing slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was so confused. I'm like, good.
I was like,
Well, I think of it like
right.
that scene from, I think it's Justice League, where the Flash is in the speed zone running past Superman, and Superman just kind of looks over at him like it's nothing.
He just nods at him or winks at him.
He doesn't just do that. He looks at him like, I'm gonna fuck you up once I get done with this.
Justice League.
I think it's Zack Snyder.
Or no, it's Zack Snyder and Whedon that had that.
Oh, okay.
Like when
Yeah, I've only ever
Superman
seen.
has Cyborg, Aquaman, and Eld. I was trying to ask me.
So at that's going to be the end of round 1, and we're back at the top with Snags.
Okie
Let's go,
dokie.
Snags!
Come on, girl. One more round. Fly up and around in a circle, aiming back at yonders. I'm going to roll a d6. Hope to get a 5 or a 6. Nope. So no fire. So I pat her and say, that's okay, just use your rending strike. And she says, okay.
I'm back.
Let me get to extras real quick so I can roll
Second
for
damage.
you guys. So it's going for the one on the left. Is it with advantage? Since it's surrounded, I'm flying attacking from above.
I'll say so. Yeah, why not?
Beautiful. So it's either a 19, which will probably hit.
Yeah.
Or, oh my gosh, it closes out every time I roll it. So it was going to hit, and I'm just going to roll the other 2 attacks this way. Easier. So that would be a 14, probably a miss.
Yep.
And hit. So 2 hits as it's just like kind of like dancing on its head with its wings flapping above you guys as it's just like claw, claw, claw. Damage will be like it's going to be 4d6 plus 12 plus an additional 2d6 of fire. So I will just roll 66 and add 12. Oh yeah.
How did I do this?
Walk around with a fucking
So you're
napalm.
looking at 36 damage from 2
Okay.
solid attacks on the head of it.
And what kind of damage is
And
this?
then it's rending damage. 1 second.
So slashing and then
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
it is slashing and fire. Yes.
Okie
And
dokie.
then looking over at the other one as he's kind of bouncing up and down on the head of this one. I will save my big stuff for later when it's necessary and just do another Toll the Dead on the other one. DC 20 save wisdom, please.
These guys have poopy wisdom as well. That's a fail.
Then he takes 12 necrotic damage. And I will bonus action give Krez inspiration, bardic inspiration. Cut somebody's head off, Krez.
Go,
I'm done.
Chris.
later.
All right. And if that will be all from Mr. Snags, I'll move on to Hab Waters.
You can just call me Dragon Rider. I'm gonna do anyway, go ahead.
Now, question: am I flanking?
You are.
Yes.
Okay, so I can roll at an advantage this time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. See, I'm
I'm
learning.
sorry, can you give it 5 more damage from Fury of the Small as well?
I can most certainly do that.
Thank you.
Yes, we
Mark
killed
it
it.
off. Sorry.
Boom.
I just keep forgetting to use it.
One is a 20 critical.
That's a critical hit.
Yay!
So I just roll my normal.
Yeah, just roll it normally, and I'll add the crit damage.
15 plus 8. Okay. Oop, what-
18.
There's a 19. Does that
That's gonna hit. That's gonna hit.
hit? Okay.
With that last attack, I'll also say that you sent a huge fracture through this jade statuette golem.
Oh, yes. Well, everybody else softened it for that's a total of 15 for me.
Okay.
And that one. That was my second attack. Now my third attack. And the highest one is a 16. Is that a miss?
That is a miss.
All right. Those are all my actions.
Yeah, with the third attack, you go to try and like dig into this crack that you've already started, and it kind of like turns one of these pincers away in a fashion where it just kind of like throws you in the other direction. Almost throws you off your balance, but you keep your footing, ready for the next attack. Helena, you be up next.
Right. I'm just going to attack B.
Okie dokie.
Okie. Let's see what we get. Advantage. Why did you not roll with advantage? There we go. Let me do one more. 26.
26 is going to do it.
There's the first, the 2d4 plus 1d8. It's going to be 9 plus 12 is 21. Go ahead and drop another second level smite, which will be another 3d8. 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
For another 20. What is that? 21 plus 7
total
is
by my count.
28. 28 total.
Nice.
Second hit. Will be 28.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Three. God, I'm rolling like dick today. So that's 13, and so we'll go a little higher this time, and we'll do a third level. One, two, three. For another 25.
Holy crap.
So 13 plus 25 is 38. Second hit.
Okay, yeah. Similar to what happened with Hab with this last strike, you send this radiant blast through. Already one of the fractures started, and the fractures just get bigger and bigger and start to spiderweb out throughout the structure of this thing.
Okay.
Anything else for you on your turn?
That's as a bonus action. I'm going to dump a Harness Divine Power and recover that third level spell slot I just used.
Give it back.
Yes, basically.
Okay, and if that will be all, Chris Draven.
I'll make my one attack on this. Reckless, but forgo the advantage. That'll be. Oh, I didn't roll. But it's 14 plus 11, so 25 to hit.
Yeah, so I'll say with the effects of the slow spell, like you were already making this swing as soon as you stopped the last swing, but it just took you 6 full seconds to connect.
Right. 18 inch plus 10 for 28 damage.
Good God.
And let's give it. We're going to go ahead and give it thundering blow, so the next attack against it, my next turn, +5 on the roll.
Okay. And that will be all, right?
Obviously, I'm slowed, you bastard. No.
Sorry. I was gonna say I could have did it to Helena and immediately failed.
Hey, that would have been better. Anyway, not for her.
What was it? What?
I got slowed.
Yeah, I tried. I tried to help. But
Ulan would be up next.
that's a big guy.
Hit on the first.
That's gonna hit.
Striking off.
Okay. Right. Okie doke.
Jesus Christ. Some
Just hit that off the
characters
head.
just
15 damage to him on that.
That's
it's
Ulan.
again.
Yeah.
yeah. Ulan just like
Fire.
I want to
always
see the head
natties.
fly. I want to see a head fly.
Soon.
Give your sword
Hey.
to Yulin.
I just thought about this, Krez. You can't eat these things. They're made out of jade.
I'm still gonna
Right.
try.
Lame.
20 total.
Okay, so yeah, with that, you fracture a good piece of the jade that kind of makes up the knuckle of this thing. It is looking pretty rough. One more attack, right? Oh yeah, that's gonna hit. Okay. Just barely hanging in there, but it's still alive.
Apt.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you.
One that
And
I always
that-
forget about
Spider
that.
beat.
Okay. So Grin would be next. They're gonna pull out another scroll. And this time summons another ice spike.
I believe in you.
They huck it at B. Yep. So they get the +5. To which they scored just enough to hit. With that that +5 gets it just enough to hit. So it's going to be a D10 as this ice spike just sticks in this thing's face. Vizerin and ordered him. And then it's going to explode with some cold damage. I'm going to need Krez and Helena to make dex saves. Krez, since you're slowed, I think you make that at disadvantage. Actually, it doesn't even say anything about that, so never mind.
And I get
So,
Okay, so
16.
Krez, you pass. Helena, you
It's a
fail.
16. I fail with a 16.
Yeah, DC is 17.
Okay.
So the spider is going to fail as well. No, I dropped one.
I'm not supposed to drop this open.
Helena, you're going to take 15 cold damage
Okay.
along with the spider. And I believe with the effects of Ice Knife, Krez might take half, but I don't remember. I just Oh no, you just don't take any damage if you pass. It's one of those things. Yeah, you just narrowly dodge the shards that are sailing past you. Grin's gonna keep moving towards the door. Jade Spider A is gonna look up at Dragon Lacrum. Eyes are gonna glow red. I'm gonna need it to make a Wisdom saving throw. Oh shit! I can do one or more creatures, so I'll do you both. Snags and Dragon Lacrum.
Dragula.
Can it see me up on top of this large-sized dragon? Like, can I even see the one below? Because I'm kind of like up above it, and it's been clawing at its head.
I'll say that it'll do just the dragon then.
Hab.
It's a 15.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Hab too. Hab, you make a wisdom save as well.
That's what.
I mean, if it's a cone that just of magic that just goes through it, then it would hit me. So I'm fine to roll.
Nah, it's like a locked eyes thing.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. What am I making a wisdom roll against?
To not be slowed.
Okay. All right.
Did the 15 save?
How long is
Oh my God! I rolled a 1.
Yeah, you just like, what is his eye swirling for?
That's so beautiful.
Wait a minute. Can I do a reaction roll? Is this like a straight line or a cone or a spell?
It's just one or more creatures that can see you within 10 feet of it.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. Okay.
I get to save against turn or it's forever?
It lasts for a minute, or you can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of your turns.
I just gonna try to saving throw.
Yeah, go ahead if you like.
Said it was a wisdom save.
Correct. DC 17.
Plus
Alright,
6.
so
Yeah.
plus the 6 from her makes it 18. So no, I've
18.
18. So I've passed.
Yep, you return to normal speed.
Hey,
Feel bad, Krez. I'm also bad with fucking wisdom rolls.
yeah, I got a plus. Yeah, I'm not negative, but
So yeah, Hab Waters. Everything seems to start moving faster.
Yeah.
It seems to you, but in reality, yeah, you're just moving at half speed. You
Okay, now question. How does this affect my attacks?
so essentially, you can't make reactions. Your speed is halved, and you can only make one attack a turn. And in
thank
addition
you.
to that, you can either take an action or a bonus action on your turns, not both.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, doke. And same goes for the Dragon Lacrum, Dragula. Go back.
He's nuts.
Spider B is gonna try and slam both y'all. Starting with Helena. It's a 22 to hit.
Miss.
Fuck.
You
It
forgot.
thinks it's like one of those scenes where it looks like it has you, and then the camera pans to you just kind of like holding your shield up, deadpan
Yeah.
face.
Just sort of like ready to go. It's like, you should hit me again. Because if you hit him, I'll kill you.
Okay, so it's gonna do you again.
oh, you should have let it hit me. I get the reaction to.
That one's gonna hit.
Okay.
So you're gonna take.
Would cutting words affect it?
It would. It would actually
Hey.
change the tides of this.
I know you're not real Jade. You're a cheap knockoff rock.
Yeah, that's.
That was it.
What do you do? Come from Timo? I
You're
bet
not
you're from
ready.
Timo.
Sorry, that was funny.
From Timo.
So yeah, it doesn't matter really what you roll because it could be a 1 and it'll make it not hit because of her AC. So I'll say
Okay.
that with your cutting words, it says that you say that, and Helena still has her shield up. It swings this leg down on it, and it breaks clean off.
And Helena just sort of like
Told you.
grins.
You ain't got shit, son. I can't believe.
No, I took
Man.
damage from Grin, and he and I are going later.
Right,
you guys are gonna-
Goddamn drow.
You guys gonna reconnoiter after this. This has happened with every Drow follower we've had, by the way.
I know. They always fucking like injure me, and I'm like, I'm going to stop bringing you all places, or I'm going to kill you before we enter the combat if you hit me. I swear to God.
I'll regenerate you, Grin. Don't worry what she does.
Up
It's
front, so
fine.
that way they don't freaking hit you from behind, you know? So put them up front.
Nah, dude, he just
So-
straight up threw an ice knife at me. Fucking asshole.
Next up, Snags. At the top of the
Okay.
round.
Son of a goose. First off, no breath weapon. Son of a goose. Since I'm Var, we're going to do a similar thing to what I did last time. I'm just kind of like not hovering, but kind of bouncing up and down with each attack.
I can only get.
Everybody gets one. Sorry.
I thought he succeeded. He rolled
Nope.
a 15 for his wisdom save. Was that a fail?
The DC was a 17.
Oh, gotcha. So he can attack, but no bonus action, and he gets what, half movement?
Yes.
So then what I tell him is, tell her it is to grab it, pick it up, and fly up with it.
Okay. So go ahead and have it
Oh,
make an
my God.
attack.
Yep. And that was with advantage?
I'll say so.
Or does a 23 hit?
That's a 23. That's going to hit.
Okay. So it's just gonna like grab it on either arm and just launch up with it.
Okay.
Am I able to lift it?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful.
It is very straining for the dragon to do it, but it is able to get it up off the ground.
Okay,
Like
so
this is
it
probably
has
like the max it can carry.
It has a flight speed of 80, so it'd have a 40. So I'm gonna fly over at an angle so that I'm over the stairwell,
Okay.
like just not over here. So like 30, 35 feet up and over this way, or 30 feet up and over this way.
Yeah.
And I wanna drop the spider, like kind of like toss it so it will spin, so that maybe it will land on its head, and just hope for the best. And then Snags is gonna do another wisdom save from B.
Okay. So it clatters to the ground. It breaks a little bit more jade off, but it is still moving. It's struggling to get back up. And then you do your Toll the Dead, right?
Yes, sir. DC 20.
Let's get it. That's a fucking 5.
No.
Fair enough. That is not bad. Another 16 necrotic.
Okay, so I will say you channel this necrotic energy into this thing. It kind of violently shakes for a second and then just falls on its back. Limp.
Excellent.
And then the dragon can remake that save if you would like.
Sure. And after that, we will be done.
Okay.
Wisdom save, you said?
Yep.
Oh, shite.
Okay, so the
Excuse me,
dragon remains slowed.
Okay.
Speaking of slowed, it's Hab Waters.
Damn, that's rude.
Yeah, that was kind of ruthless. I'm sorry.
Really,
Hab's
really,
still
dude,
slowed.
really.
You're
Really?
still slowed.
Anyway, hey, I have this thing called indomitable strength, right? That I can use 2 times before a long rest, right? It allows me to re-roll a saving throw.
Okay, so I'll let you re-roll that saving throw. And
Okay, hold
just
on,
go ahead and mark that one off.
Hold on, let me use the superior dice for that. Okay.
I don't think you can.
That's gone. Huh?
Can you use superiority dice for that?
I think it's
That's
just
part
a
of my.
thing that you have, right? It's not a superiority move.
Oh, okay. It's not part of the Battle Master class. Okay.
It's
Alright,
no,
I'll
it's
fix
just
that
like
one.
it's a thing that you have.
Oh, okay. I thought I had to use this dice. Okay.
No.
I got one of those. All right, and I roll what is it then? Wisdom dice again.
Correct.
Yeah. Trying to beat
Alright.
a 17.
Motherfucker.
You're still slowed.
Still
You're
slowed.
still
Still
slowed.
slow. Okay.
So-
Damn it. Hey.
But you can do it again if you fail it after the end of.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
One attack.
I
against
hate to say it,
Spider
but
B.
yeah, I'm gonna try it again.
So it is your turn, though. It is. You're still slowed. There's still the one left, or are you just gonna like pass your turn and make the save again?
I already made the save. Right. It failed. I'm just gonna make that one roll. Oh, well, wait a minute. I'm still at advantage because I'm in that position. So
And there's
Correct. So
nothing
you might
there.
as
13. That did not make it at all.
Nope.
All right. I'm done. The slow guy is done there, Mike. Nick. Yeah. Thanks a lot, buddy.
Sorry. I
so
didn't.
you technically you can use it twice before a long rest. So if you want to re-roll again, you can. But that's the last
Yeah, I
time
already
you can
did.
do it.
Yeah, I already did. I used them up.
You used 2.
Yeah.
No.
And
You only
still
did
failed.
1.
No, I did 2. And I
Rolled
still
a
failed.
hit and missed, but you rolled 1. Oh,
Yeah.
saving.
That Indomitable that you used was towards like the initial one because I thought you just said, "Oh, I forgot about this. Can I do it now?" So that's what I had ruled
Yeah.
that as. But if you want, like
Uh,
at the end of your turn, you re-roll to make that save again. You can
Yeah.
still use another Indomitable to do that. So go ahead and make
Yeah.
your Wisdom save.
Oh boy. It's so sad right now, man.
Yeah, you're moving really slow.
Yeah, a 7, man. I'm going backwards now.
Jesus.
I'm just going in reverse now. I'm like, down the
Okay.
staircase backwards.
All right. So at the end of that, it's going to be Helena.
All right. So I will attack this one.
Yeah, go for it.
Please. Thank you. All right. It's a 19.
Yep, it's going to hit.
What is up with all the ones today, guys? I don't understand.
Because you're rolling a D.
It's came up, man. All of a sudden,
I
boom,
know.
1, 1, 1, 1. I'm like,
Yeah, so 6 plus 9, and how's it looking?
It's destroyed. You
Awesome.
cleave off another leg. It rolls down the steps, clattering loudly as it goes.
Is there chunks
Just
of
a-
jade that might be worth money?
So
Yeah,
we'll
there's
pick
a
up some
couple.
jade and toss it in the bag. I'll just say
Hey, how much-
jade chunk.
By a lifetime.
I'll just grab the jade
about that
hand
later.
that fell off and put that in my. Oh, it's a spider though, so it's like a weird jade spider leg, I guess.
Try and eat
All
one.
right, don't do
So a
that.
minute goes by. We're able
Alright,
to
and
walk
then-
again.
We're
Yeah.
gonna go, and then
Yeah, Grin
head
at this
towards
point.
the door.
Yeah,
And then Helena's just like grabs Grin by the back of the collar and just is like, just leans into whisper in his ear. If you hit me with a spell again, I will hit you so hard that you forget your own name. And then lets him go.
Damn.
you start
That
to
was it.
smell a very strange smell.
No.
You look down at the ground and there's a puddle underneath Grin. You've scared him.
Where he pissed him.
Yeah. He's pressed digitation on himself, says, that was embarrassing.
Just a little bit. I won't tell anyone.
Now, if that'll be enough.
Snags is jotting down notes and drawing sketches
Did we
and
get 16?
smirking to himself.
You do get some experience.
Was it
Find out.
So this building
Another
here,
one
that's
dead?
where we're going.
Yeah.
You guys get 2,360 XP for that encounter.
Oh yeah.
Make the changes.
1,300.
2360.
Yep, I'm gonna do it right now.
We're almost there, boys and girls, theys and thems.
I'm a hot drow.
I just grabbed the
All right.
imaginary titty of
That being said, I'm trying to decide whether I want to do this because he's like really squishy, right? The little drow wizard that's with us.
Yeah.
All right. And she'll just like reach out and like sort of like pat him on the head and say, "Don't worry, you won't die the first time."
but the second time.
Yeah, well, she just cast Death Ward just to keep him alive.
Snag says he can put his, if comes to worse, he can put his necklace of adaptation on him and shove him in a bag of holding. He'll be able
That's
to
true.
breathe in there just fine. So we have options.
So if he drops to 0 hit points or any effect would kill him, it won't. And if he drops to 0, he'll bounce back to 1.
I'll stick a
Who's
good
that?
berry in his mouth and tell him to stick it in his cheek, and if he feels himself going down, to chew it.
It's our little squishy drow wizard that's trying to help. He's doing his best.
Wet
Last
himself. He
drow
needs
we
some.
dragged along
He
with
needs
us
an
though
assist.
to like a white bean and a mushroom.
That's true. But she was my friend, so.
Is that where we're ending, Nick?
Yeah, you guys are going to quickly head inside the doors into Sorcerer,
Yep.
and that's where we'll end our session.
Wonderful.
All right.